Yeah, we're on.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Travis, Rooster, Kemper, RK, Sickapolin.
RK, good
Echo.
morning, RK.
Echo.
So, Sicka, where are you in Tennessee? Aren't you close to Nashville?
Good morning, Trevin. Welcome in. Tim, welcome in.
Good morning, Trevin. If indeed that is your name.
Hey. We will not participate in the conspiracy theory that Trevin is really Tracy Bogart. We will not put that out there.
That what? Trevin is Tracy?
Yeah, we
okay.
are not.
We're not spreading that rumor.
Fueling the conspiracy theory that Trevin is really Tracy Bogart.
Or Tracy is really Trevin.
Or yeah,
that's the way it could be. Kemper wants to know about your shirt.
My shirt is a Spurs Dia de los Muertos shirt. The eyes are basketballs. There's an out the
okay,
Alamo.
Sicka, man, wow.
The chin is the Alamo. Eyes are basketballs. Those are basketball nets.
And his forehead is the state of Texas.
Yes. I'm a little early for Dia de los Muertos, but with the Civil War coming on November 6th,
you got to be ahead of it.
It'd be hard to focus on that. I still haven't watched the movie The Civil War yet.
I haven't either.
It's on Netflix.
I know. I haven't either.
It's one of those movies I have to watch solo.
I made it through the first season of Slow Horses, though. I'm now into the second season.
Very nice.
Yeah. You're almost a biker, according to RK.
Thank you, RK.
Put your hat on backwards and you're there, man.
All I need is the Harley and a vest.
All rise. Feel like some sort of sideshow or something.
Yeah.
Did you get Pags yet?
Pags just arrived. Let me log in here.
Do.
Hey, EJ just got here.
Yeah, I know the show's supposed to start at 5, but I'll just get here when I can. I had to laugh. Potentially catastrophic, according to the Weather Channel, on Hurricane Helene strengthening. Jeez, man. I think if I lived in Florida after the first hurricane, I would have left.
Yeah.
I know it's being a wuss, but
yeah, well, but they always think it'll never happen to them or it'll never happen again.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Argument turns violent. Gilbo and Bandera Road. We call that, Chris.
Yep.
Wednesday night.
There you go.
A little early for you to be up, son, isn't it?
Well, he's got to get to class.
He's got this is his work study program?
Yes.
Okay. Michael Board with the news. Whee! Oh my God. Yesterday I was driving home. I'm on 281. I'm in the left lane. And all of a sudden, everybody stops, man. There's a little fender bender, and these people did not get off the road. They pull over as far as they can in the left lane right before you get to 35. I almost got hit from behind and almost hit the car in front of me, man. It was that close. I mean, I slammed on my brakes and slid a little bit. And
wow.
Yeah. And I wasn't tailgating, man. If I was tailgating, I would have hit that guy.
Okay, now do we do a segment on that?
He's a San Antonian.
Pretty local.
I was a fan.
Mm-hmm. Something to consider. Maybe 620.
Sure. I'm in, man.
Yeah. How long? How come it's not? The hell? I am. Welcome into this beautiful beautiful day, Thursday, September 26th, 2024. 5 days until the vice presidential debate. You'll hear it right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. 28 days until OpelkaCon. 35 days until Halloween. 40 days and 40 nights until the 2024 election. 63 days until Thanksgiving. And 90 days until Christmas. Charity McCurdy, a little cooler this morning walking into the building.
I love it. I love it. A little chill in the air. I didn't break a sweat, walking from the parking lot to the front door of the Radio Ranch. Fall is in the air, y'all.
Yeah, it's here.
Mm-hmm.
It's here.
Can I get a little bit more excitement, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's here.
Still have some 90-degree days coming our way.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the good news.
Before Snowmageddon gets here in February.
You mean the ice age hits us?
The ice age. Winter is coming. But yeah, no, it feels nice. And while we're enjoying cooler temperatures, of course, Hurricane Helene, a big story. We were looking at the satellite map, Charity, here just a few minutes ago. The massive size of that hurricane whirling in the Gulf of Mexico, going to make landfall later, late afternoon, early evening, our time in Florida. But it is a gigantic hurricane.
They're saying the size of this thing is like 400 miles wide at least. And yesterday we're saying, Category 3 making landfall, and that was scary enough. Now they're saying possibly Category 4 when it makes landfall on Florida's Big Bend region this evening. And we're talking 20-foot storm surge, and that is unsurvivable, just in case you didn't know.
Yeah, that's 2 stories. Just think about it like that. That's a 2-story building of water. Yes. Coming in. And look, you look at the size of it, we mentioned how big it is. It's going to be a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane by the time it hits Atlanta.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's a long way inland.
Yeah, and weather forecasters using the term potentially catastrophic for where it hits in Florida. Throughout the morning and throughout the existence of Hurricane Helene, we will bring you the latest. Weather Channel forecaster Ray Stajic going to join us at 5:50 this morning. We'll get more updates as well throughout the morning, not only from the Weather Channel, but in just a few moments, News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Calle. In fact, right now, let's get this morning going with your traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Lows 90s today, mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. 68 degrees in Leon Valley, 69 at the Snake Farm, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:13.
San Antonio's first news. So much going on. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. 40 days and 40 nights until this presidential election. And of course, there's a lot of other races as well. The Texas Senate race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. Some people believe that's going to be competitive. Can't believe we're going to be down to 39 days tomorrow.
I know. And every time you turn on the news, the presidential candidates are making a campaign stop. And, yesterday it was President Trump. You had Kamala Harris in Pittsburgh, and she's going to be making a trip to the border tomorrow in Arizona. And that might not go well for her, considering that's been an area of weakness for the vice president.
Yeah, I'm just surprised she's actually making a trip to the border.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
There's that. And I saw she sat down last night with Stephanie Ruhle on MSNBC. And again, she has been criticized, Kamala Harris, for not, giving extended interviews to the media. MSNBC,
she went someplace that nobody would see her.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, and I mean, can we be more, partisan?
No.
No,
you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
So again, you can argue both sides of the story. You can say the same thing about Donald Trump when he goes on Fox. So, I'd love to see Donald Trump go to CNN and MSNBC, and I'd like Kamala Harris to go to Fox News and
That
sit
would
down
be-
for an interview,
That would be interesting.
and CNN.
Yeah.
So don't just go to where
You're safe.
You're safe, and you
Yeah.
might be getting some softballs instead of the hard questions that we want to see you answer.
Yeah, heck, I'd love to see another presidential debate, but that's not going to
Yes.
happen.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it won't. But
Yeah.
I'm with you, Charity. I'd like to see another one.
I think, back for so long, there were three.
Yeah.
It was run by the League of Women Voters, and there were 3 presidential debates and 1 vice presidential debate. I think it's the way it should always be.
Mhm.
All
I
right.
agree.
Lots more coming up. And of course, we continue to bring you the latest on Hurricane Helene, shaping up to be a monster of a hurricane. We'll talk about that coming up. Get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 516.
And we're back.
Steve DeRocco, THE Rock, the human element, the original Rock, co-founder of the San Antonio Polar Bear Club. What is up? Well, look at that. Mamu Kalishvili in a Spurs jersey as a kid.
Yep. Trevin wants to know what the format will be for the VP debate. Will they be standing podiums, sitting on, or laying on couches?
Trevin, couches will not be allowed in that
Yes.
debate.
I
Nor
believe,
ottomans.
I believe they are standing behind podiums.
Yeah, I don't know for sure, but that
But
would make
that's
sense.
my belief, yes.
Yeah, I saw some cartoon. JD Vance is walking by like a footrest, a
Mm-hmm.
upholstered footrest, and it says "Dad" with a question mark.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's why there will be no couches, because he'll lose concentration.
he'd be distracted.
Yeah, very much so.
Very unfair.
Dude, that's a lot of ink.
Yeah,
That's a lot of ink.
he's talking about
That's a good
Sandro
idea, Kemper.
Mamukelishvili and all of his tats.
That's a good idea. College game day format for the
That's
debate.
a good
Yeah, I
idea,
like
Kemper.
that. With all the signs in the background. And speaking of which, when they were in, it was like 3 weeks ago, they were in Texas A&M for the Notre Dame game.
Mhm.
There was a sign, and I actually wrote the number down. Somebody had their phone number down, but I couldn't read what it said. And then every time they went back to it, they kind of fuzzed it out. But I got the phone number.
Should
Yeah,
call it on the air.
we should. It's 512-725-0300. If anybody wants to try it right now and find
There
out what
it
the hell
is.
it was.
It wasn't 867-5309.
No, I would have known that one. I would have been calling saying, "Hey, Jenny, I got your number."
I want to make you mine. Jenny, don't change your number.
Because it's 867-530-99.
I wonder, and again, that's a line from the song "For a Good Time Call," and
yeah.
we used to see that on
Yeah.
bathroom
Oh, yeah.
walls. I wonder if anybody ever calls it. Oh, I'm just calling and said for a good time, and I wonder if
It's funny
Okay,
because
well.
I was listening to Sirius XM, and yesterday I was listening to, I think it was Ozzy's Boneyard or Hair Nation, one of the two, and they played a Y&T song called "She's the Freak Time,"
Okay.
and Dangerous Darren is the DJ, and he comes on, he goes, for a good time, you would have a phone number, because any woman out there, can you put my name in a restroom and just take a picture of it, for a good time, call Dangerous Darren, and take a picture of it and send it to me? I'd love it. I've always wanted to have my number on a
That's
wall.
hilarious. That's hilarious.
All right, stand by.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, and a reminder Coming up at 5:50 this morning, we will speak live with Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. We'll get the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene, how big it's going to be, when will it make landfall, the latest forecasts. But right now, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Helene will make landfall in Florida tonight, bringing an unprecedented storm surge to the Sunshine State. VP Kamala Harris is preparing to make her first trip to the southern border since becoming the Democratic nominee for president. And testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Well, if you've been outside, you know it's cooling down a little bit, at least in the mornings. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 67 degrees here in Stone Oak.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman.
By the way, it's 5:22.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, WOAI news time is 5:22.
Thank you for that.
No problem.
Appreciate that. Some people were waiting for that.
I know, I was too.
Got to fill in the people. Our thanks to EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel for flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. You just heard News 4 San Antonio Chief Meteorologist Jeanette Kaye mentioning, and Charity mentioned this earlier, when Hurricane Helene makes landfall later this evening in the Florida Panhandle. Yesterday, they were saying it would be a Category 3 hurricane when that happened. There is a chance it could be a Category 4 hurricane. And one of the craziest things, and we heard it on the show yesterday, Charity, was that as this hurricane moves inland, it could still be a legitimate hurricane, a Cat 1, hitting the city of Atlanta, Georgia, inland. That just blows my mind.
Yeah, usually hurricanes weaken after making landfall, but Helene, meteorologists are saying, could maintain its hurricane status for 12 hours or more. Wow. So that's even more damage that it's going to cause. And it's such a large storm that the impacts will extend farther out from the center. That more than they do in more compact storms that we see. So people in places like Atlanta might not be prepared for what's coming.
Not only that, you got a lot of flights that go through the Atlanta airport, and I would imagine a hurricane hitting the city of Atlanta would cause all kinds of flight troubles across the country.
And listen to this. I'm reading this off the CNN website right now. Helene is forecast to grow into one of the largest storms in the Gulf of Mexico in the last century, and the wind field could span the distance between Indianapolis and Washington, D.C. The wind span of this hurricane. It is a monster hurricane.
Wow.
And then you just think about the severity of this hurricane and how it will cause normally dry areas to experience floods, the likes of which they've never seen. Heavy rain can, as we know, can overwhelm drainage, pumping systems, and that leaves the water with essentially nowhere to go. And you're looking at people being stranded for days, if not weeks, until rescue personnel can get to those people in need of help.
Keep it right here on News Radio 1200 WOAI. We will bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. In fact, as we mentioned, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic coming up at 5:50 with the absolute latest. Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know about on this Thursday morning, coming right up here at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 525.
And we're back.
Hello, everybody.
Kemper, Travis, I agree with you on that story about starving a 4-year-old, man. That there's got to be a special place in hell, and it better be very painful for that mother of all mother. Yeah, you know.
One, I've always said this. You need a license to drive a car,
to get a dog,
to have you need a hunting license. And granted, the vast majority of parents are good. I think there should be training if you're going to have a child, mandatory training, because some people just. Granted, if you're a homicidal maniac, you're a homicidal maniac. If you have it in you to kill another human being or a child, but I think one of the problems is these people can't handle the pressures and responsibilities of having a child, and they go off.
But to starve a 4-year-old,
horrific.
That is just
horrific.
So, a god awful, man.
Yeah, Travis, I get that. And I wasn't saying that I wasn't in any way diminishing this horrific act, to be clear.
Yeah, ongoing evil is correct.
Yeah.
Man. That is ongoing evil. To do that, it takes time.
Yeah, I was speaking in general terms. Apparently, I didn't make that clear.
5:31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Helene is expected to roar to a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall in Florida, and we'll have the latest from the campaign trail. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90, tonight's low near 65. Right now, 68 degrees. Hurricane Helene will make landfall in Florida tonight, bringing an unprecedented storm surge to the Sunshine State. Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean has a forecast of what to expect.
Here is the latest Category 1. It's about to go through the warmest water on its trajectory. So temperatures explosive in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's really nothing in its way. And that's why we think it's going to be a major hurricane, borderline, maybe Category 4. It doesn't matter. The results are going to be the same. It's going to be the potential for storm surge of up to 18 feet. That's 2 stories. Can you survive that along the Big Bend and parts of the Panhandle, and then up towards Georgia? That's a huge story where we're going to have a hurricane potentially on your doorstep, and hurricane warnings are in place.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor says the city will take disaster response measures during the storm.
We have our push crews. As you guys know, those are the ones that will clear the debris out of the way so that we can get first responders into neighborhoods if that's necessary.
Dozens of counties across Florida have put evacuation orders in place. Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support in response to Helene. The team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted last night. In a video statement, the mayor denounced the charges against him.
These charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
Adams says he won't resign. The mayor and his administration have been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. Vice President Kamala Harris is pledging to revive factory towns, laying out her plans for the economy. Fox's Jared Halpern reports.
In the steel city of Pittsburgh, Vice President Kamala Harris laid out plans to expand tax credits in sectors like iron and steel and invest in industries of the future.
For strengthening factory towns, retooling existing factories, hiring locally.
Harris is trying to draw contrast from former President Trump on the economy, arguing manufacturing jobs were sent overseas during his 4 years in office.
Making Trump one of the biggest losers ever on manufacturing.
Tomorrow, Harris travels to another swing state, Arizona, in a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Former President Trump, meantime, rallied with voters in Mint Hill, North Carolina, following 2 assassination attempts that he suggests may have been linked to Iran. Trump reminded supporters that the Iranian president is currently in the United States.
We have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
Iran's president is in the U.S. for the United Nations General Assembly. The House has passed a 3-month funding extension that prevents a government shutdown. The bill would keep the government funded until December 20th. House Republican leaders relied heavily on Democratic votes. It includes $231 million in additional funding for the Secret Service, which has come under increased scrutiny following those 2 assassination attempts against Trump. Testimony continues today in the trial of the man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. Brandon Cervera is charged with injury to a child. His ex-wife, Miranda Caceres, was convicted of the same crime earlier this year. Benjamin Cervera died in 2021, and an autopsy found that he had starved to death. Yesterday, the jury saw police body cam video of an alarmingly thin boy with 2 black eyes. If he's convicted, Brandon Cervera faces up to life in prison. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 5:50, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic with the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. Well, Charity and Mr. T, we were talking yesterday about a big story in the world of sports. Brett Favre at a congressional hearing revealing that he has Parkinson's disease. And then one of our very own, San Antonio's own Tommy Kramer, a graduate of Robert E. Lee High School, led the Volunteers to the 1971 state championship, later played for Rice University, the Vikings. Great career with the Minnesota Vikings. Wound up, a lot of people don't know this. We were talking, Mr. T. He finished his career playing one game for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah, one game for the New Orleans Saints, 3 pass attempts, 1 completion, 2 yards.
So Tommy Kramer posts, it's an extended multi-paragraph tweet, but I'll just read the beginning of it and the gist, and then we will react. Tommy Kramer wrote yesterday on Twitter, quote, with Brett Favre's announcement yesterday, I feel it's best that I let everyone know that I was diagnosed with dementia just over a year ago at the NFL Cleveland Clinic. Doctors say I could have anywhere from 2 to 10 years. Just had my year checkup and it hasn't advanced. And I've been sober for almost a year now, which will definitely help. And he goes on. It's a very moving tweet. But Charity, you know, San Antonians especially, I grew up listening on the radio to Robert E. Lee in the state playoffs and in the state championship game. And we grew up Tommy Kramer fans. We grew up pulling for Tommy Kramer. And this is just sad news.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to meet Tommy Kramer. Incredibly nice guy. He's, after all, Charlie Parker's brother-in-law. So it's, you know, very selfless of him to come forward with this. I imagine, you know, it's a hard thing to do, especially when you're dealing with dementia. It's a heartbreaking disease, and a lot of people don't really want to believe that they have it. But, you know, it sounds like Kramer is taking the necessary steps to get the treatment that he needs. He's healthy. And, you know, he talks about the fact that he wants to basically advocate for other players who may not be in a financial position to get the help that they need.
Yeah, and it has to have something to do with the hits that he took when he was playing football. That's my belief.
Oh, yeah.
Could be a big part of it. And mentioned meeting Tommy Kramer. When I was a kid, Charlie's wife, Eva, worked with my mom, and she got me an autographed picture of Tommy Kramer.
Yeah.
So the very first time I got to meet Tommy Kramer at Charlie's house, I was like the old Chris Farley skit. Hey, Tommy, you remember that time when you threw that ball and Ahmad Rashad caught? You know, I was just like that. I was like a fanboy, and I was just so excited to meet Tommy Kramer because I was such a big fan when I was a kid. And this is just sad because I deal with dementia with my mother-in-law, and it is not it's a horrible thing.
Yeah, certainly. Our thoughts, our prayers, our love to Tommy Kramer and all of his family. And, you know, I certainly appreciate the courage he took to put that out on X yesterday. You can go find it on X. On X, Tommy Kramer is at Kramer9Tommy, if you want to read it, at Kramer with a K, 9 Tommy. Much more coming up. 5:50, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic with the latest on Hurricane Helene. WOAI News Time, 5:44.
All right, we're back. Sorry, we're taking care of business. One of those days.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to go to a
function
on
a Thursday.
Company/sales function late this afternoon into the evening, opposite the Cowboys game.
I hear you, Kemper. I hear you, man. I'm dealing with dementia with my mother-in-law, with the Parkinson's, with my dad. It sucks getting old, man.
Yeah,
it sucks getting old.
My sister's husband, my brother-in-law, who, I got to know very, very, very well. It has dementia, in a big way.
It's just so horrible, man.
It's tough.
But what's wild about it is Cindy's mom can remember stuff clear as a bell that happened 40 years ago, but it's the right now things.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to really remind her to drink water, to eat, because she won't.
Right.
If you leave it up to her, she won't do it. You got to watch her, man.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, she's healthy as can be, man.
Yeah.
She's 90 years old and healthy. And it's her mind that's gone.
Yeah. That's, the body is otherwise functioning well.
See, my body's great. My mind's great, but my body's falling apart.
My body's falling apart.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
All the arthritis and crap, man. Let's just say it hurts getting up in the morning. Once I get up, though, I'm fine.
Yeah.
It's just getting up.
Well, and it's like I had that knee.
Yeah.
Right now, my knee's fine. It's been fine for a couple of
Even
months.
with the weather change?
Yeah,
because I thought that would. I thought that would affect it. Yeah.
But when it went, I mean, it was almost sometimes excruciating pain from late January into like May. But now, and then sometimes I'll have these back issues where the lower back will be in horrible pain for a month, and then you think I'm never going to get it. It's always going to be this bad the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Then miraculously,
and then you have those great days.
It goes away. Yeah.
I am with you, Travis, on that one. As I always tell my wife, I have the mind of an 18-year-old and the body of an 84-year-old.
I have the mind of a 14-year-old.
I wanted to be legal.
Okay, yeah.
Because technically I have the 12-year-old mind.
Yeah. I've got the Beavis and Butthead mind.
Okay, everybody. Hey, there you go. You're just a little early.
The 12th annual
Muertos
Fest.
Death Fest.
Dia de los Muertos.
Let's just call it Death Fest. Stand by.
Yep. It is time to go back in time. But what year will we land in? You try to figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play Flashback.
Oh, man.
Ding.
Oh.
We watched that.
Yes, we did. Missed it.
Oh, ding.
All right, ding, man.
George Wallace ran for president in 68 and 72. He was assassinated in the 72 campaign. And then, hey, Jude gives it away. I'm going 1968.
I'll agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
What a year that was.
Yes,
Charity
it was.
McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Helene is moving towards Florida's Gulf Coast, threatening to bring high winds and life-threatening storm surge. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is refusing to resign after being hit with a criminal indictment. And a new poll shows VP Harris leads former President Trump by double digits in Bexar County. We'll have the story and more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs in the low 90s today, mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. It is 69 degrees at the Snake Farm, 68 the Pearl downtown, 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 5:52.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. That's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker in the next hour at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. Charlie will join us in studio at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew handling our YouTube feed. Go check us out on YouTube. And it's not just us. And by the way, we're at 1200 WOAI on YouTube. But there's a great chat in there. You can chat live and in real time with us and with other viewers of the program. We are standing by to connect with Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. And T, you and I have talked about this yesterday when we had him on the show. Lots of radio stations across the country grabbing him, and sometimes they hold him a little bit longer.
Yes.
So he's constantly updating people on Hurricane Helene. And we talked about it, Charity, due to make landfall later this evening in the panhandle of Florida. And by all measures and forecasts, it is going to be a monster hurricane.
Yeah, they're saying it's 400 miles wide, this storm, so its impacts are going to extend farther out from the center than your typical storm. It's going to stretch as far inland as Atlanta before traveling up the East Coast to North and South Carolina, which, you know, that region hasn't seen a major hurricane in nearly 3 decades. So you're talking about a lot of people who may not be prepared for what this storm could potentially bring. And after making landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida tonight, it's going to expected to remain a hurricane for at least 12 hours.
Yeah, that's just unbelievable. And the floods that are happening are going to happen in Florida. I believe the whole state of Florida is under a flood watch right now, and it's just going to get worse. And the evacuations, I saw millions, I believe it was about 1 million people trying to get out of Florida yesterday, and the highways were just backed up with people.
You know, we talked about this yesterday with national correspondent Rory O'Neill, and we'll go to him later in the program. He's in Florida. Atlanta is a major airline hub. And so, you know, first and foremost, our thoughts and prayers and hopes are with the people, the human beings in the path of Hurricane Helene. We hope they come out of this unscathed. We hope for no loss of life. But a secondary effect, if you're planning on flying, especially anywhere east in the next few days, that Atlanta airport issue could have a cascading effect, affecting a lot of flights across America.
And then you have these mandatory evacuations in over 20 Florida counties. So, I mean, it's going to be gridlock everywhere you go. And, you know, in addition to the unsurvivable 20-foot storm surge that is expected to be seen with Helene, you have the drenching rains and then the possibility of tornadoes. So this is just going to be a very life-threatening storm system. And I imagine the amount of damage as a result of Helene is going to be tremendous.
Yeah, and they're just getting over, what was it, 2 years ago, Hurricane Ian that hit Florida so hard. You know, still people rebuilding after that one, and this is another one coming through that's going to hurt the state again.
And we talked about this. They're predicting an unsurvivable, the word the forecasters are using, an unsurvivable 20-foot storm surge along Florida's Big Bend area. Here in San Antonio on rainy, floody days, we've seen cars with just like a foot and a half of water carried off the road into a creek. And sadly, almost every year we lose a few people. That's why we say turn around, don't drown. That's a foot or two of water. This is a 20-foot storm surge of ocean water.
Yeah, that's 2 stories.
Yes, hurricane-fueled ocean water, and that's why it's unsurvivable.
Yeah, and typically people in Florida, they try to ride out most hurricanes, but hearing reporters talk to people in especially the Big Bend area, but just the entire state of Florida, this one has their attention. They're taking it very seriously, as they should.
Yeah, they should take everything seriously. Look, if I lived in Florida, I think I'd be evacuating all the time anytime a hurricane came, because look at the damage that happens, man. It's unbelievable.
It's the last few years in particular, Florida's really gotten battered by hurricanes and tropical storms, and my goodness. And they're saying, Charity, you said this on our video this morning on Instagram, this one, Hurricane Helene, when people look back on 2024, this is probably the hurricane they're always going to remember.
Ray Stajic just got a hold of me. His power went out at home. He had to rush into the office, and he just got there. So he's calling me right now. So wrap it up.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up, and then we're going to connect with Ray Stajic maybe at 6:10 if we can pull that off. Charity has all the news you need to know coming up right here at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 5:57.
Six o'clock, it's our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Hurricane Helene, and VP Harris plans a trip to the southern border. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 68 degrees. Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane tonight and will bring an intense 20-foot storm surge, widespread flooding, and high winds. Here's Hillsborough County District 1 Commissioner Harry Cohen.
The area that is of largest concern, I think, to us right now is the storm surge that will immediately follow this storm. In the past, we are familiar with dealing with rain and wind events. Storm surge is something that we have not had to contend with recently in our region.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging residents not to wait to carry out their plans ahead of the storm.
The way this is tracking is a storm that is stronger than what we've seen in this region, I think, in anyone's memory.
Communities in Georgia are also preparing. Chris Stallings is director of Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security.
Tropical storm winds are expected to extend all the way through Georgia up to the Tennessee line and possibly further.
And Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support. The team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Pennsylvania, delivering remarks to the Economic Club of Pittsburgh. Harris contrasts her economic policies to former President Trump's, claiming
Hey, Richard.
Yeah, we noticed Richard's comment.
Yeah.
Radio studios have changed a lot since I was DJing back in 1971. KSDS in South Dakota City College.
I think it's South Dakota City College.
South Dakota City College used to be separated.
Well, just to let you know, Richard, Charity is actually about a quarter mile away from us at the other end of the building. The only way we can see her is on a monitor.
Oh, San Diego.
San
Diego City College. Thank you. Which is a much cooler place to go than
South Dakota.
South Dakota. And why would you have a city college named after a state? Is that South Dakota City College?
Well, there
San
are no cities
Diego.
in South Dakota, Chris. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yes. Funny.
Yes, it has changed. Welcome to the studios of the future.
Yeah. When we moved into this studio, how many years ago was that? 5?
2018.
Okay. 6. Okay.
Yeah.
They called these, you're going to love it. They're studios of the future.
Well, Richard.
And apparently because they can, with all these monitors that you see, what they would do is, they don't do it as much now, they would have different radio stations in here, different day parts.
Because where we're at is called the Fishbowl, because you can't see it, but there is a giant glass window that looks into our lobby. And so when people would come in, we're at the corporate headquarters, so it used to be busy until the pandemic hit us. And now there's not that many people, but there used to be 900 people in this building. It was a nonstop parade of people that would come by. So it was kind of interesting back then.
But yeah, so we always mock when things go wrong in these studios of the future. We always mock it.
Where are you at, Richard? We're doing Halloween at 20, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
New Braunfels is where Richard is.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, San Diego, man. I used to live in Los Angeles.
Beautiful city.
And we would go down to San Diego, and it is so beautiful.
It is.
God, I love
got to
San
be the most
Diego.
perfect weather ever. Yeah. It's perfect. But it's California.
Yeah.
That's the only bad part about it. Back in the day, it was cold. Oh, we got Worst Fest coming up, don't we?
Yeah, October, Worst Fest time. Correctamundo. God, I haven't been to Worst Fest in 30 years.
No, I haven't either.
30 at least.
No, I don't go.
Yeah, not in the 21st century.
No, actually,
not since 2000.
No, actually, I think the last time I went, God, it was when me and Cindy first got married. So we're talking like 30 years ago, 33 years ago, almost 35 years ago. Holy crap.
Well, a woman killed by a car headed to the hospital. That's awful.
Okay, the car was headed to the hospital or the woman?
Killed by car, headed to the hospital.
Was the car headed to the hospital or was the woman
I'm
headed?
guessing.
I'm
It's not clear.
confused.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Well, Travis, all we do is look out into a empty lobby.
So is Peter Ducey the son of the Ducey who's on Fox and Friends?
I think so.
Okay, so that's how he got the gig.
I'm pretty sure. I can't see there'd be that many Duceys hanging out.
What are the odds?
That look similar.
That you'd have two Duceys on.
They look similar.
Let me check that.
Got a pair of Duceys? I would fold if I had a pair of Duceys.
Peter Ducey. He's 37 years old. Married to Hillary Vaughn, whoever that is.
I have no idea. Is it related to Vince?
The eldest child of Steve Ducey of
That's
Fox
what I thought,
News.
yeah. They got a pair of Duceys over there. I like it.
But if you're the son of...
Yeah.
Go get a job somewhere else.
I would.
Yeah. It's like if Chris Wallace, son of Mike Wallace, got a gig on 60 Minutes while Mike was still there.
No, that would not be good. Yeah, we used to own WOAI TV, Richard, and thank God the company got smart and got out of the TV business. Okay. You would think in these studios of the future, they would have better chairs.
Yes. So you got Peter Ducey, the son of Steve Ducey, on the show. You got Ainsley with the relationship with Sean Hannity.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of nepotism all over the place there. You know, I guess they should keep it all in the family, huh, Chris?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, those songs Glenn Miller played.
Or they should call it Fox and Family.
25 to get to John Decker.
Okay.
All right, stand by.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker. With those were the days at 6:48. He'll join us in studio at 8:20 as well. I'm Chris Duell. In a moment, we'll tell you what happened to Ray Stajic, if you were listening. He will be joining us this hour at 6:50. And we'll also talk about the government shutdown averted for now. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs in the low 90s today with overnight lows in the mid 60s today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Tomorrow and Saturday, highs in the mid 90s. It is 68 degrees at Monte Vista, 69 in China Grove, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:10.
San Antonio's first news. I mentioned Charlie Parker at 6:48. White House correspondent John Decker going to join us at 6:40 talking about the meeting today between President Joe Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Ray Stajic going to join us at 6:50. Now, Mr. T, you were texting with him in the previous segment.
Yeah, he texted me that he is in Atlanta area. His power went out at his house. He said it started flickering and then it went out. So he went out to get in his truck and the power came back on. So he went back in his house, couldn't get his internet going. So he had to go back in his truck and then drive into the station where he works from. And that's why he wasn't with us.
So and I don't know the circumstances, but they're already losing power in Atlanta.
Yeah, we can ask him about that.
Coming that way.
Yeah, when he comes up at 6:50, we'll ask him exactly what happened with his power. But yeah, he's booked up, as you would imagine, because he's very busy with the Hurricane Helene story going on. So he will join us at 6:50.
Yeah, we'll get the latest at 6:50. Now, yesterday, Congress approved a spending plan to avert a government shutdown. That bill has been sent to President Joe Biden. Charity, we can sleep better at night. The government is now funded until December 20th.
Another Band-Aid. This is what we expected. But, and I guess it's a win for House Speaker Mike Johnson. He had, of course, failed when he tried to add in that SAVE Act, making it illegal for non-citizens to vote, even though that's a law already on the books.
Yeah.
But this new one includes $231 million in additional funding for the Secret Service, which obviously is needed considering the scrutiny they've faced following 2 assassination attempts on former President Trump. But in the end, Mike Johnson had to rely a lot on Democrats to get this through. 209 Democrats and 132 Republicans voted in favor. All 82 no votes came from Republicans.
Yeah, and look, we go through this all the time. We know it's coming up. They know that their funding's going to run out, but they just, go on their vacations, go about their merry business, and then come back and put, like Charity said, put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, because we can go all through this again in the month of December, and hopefully they can get something done then that's actually a long-term spending bill, which is something I think that if you were a member of the House or Congress, you would want to do this on every year basis, get a long-term funding bill, so you wouldn't have to go through all this. But no.
This happens way too often. This happens again and again and again. And I guess the only way that we might get, T, as you suggest, a long-term spending plan or bill is if one party controls the both houses of Congress and presumably the executive branch as well. Then maybe it'll happen. Otherwise, there's just so much bickering and dysfunction on Capitol Hill. Nobody wants to cooperate with the other side, even though, Charity, you mentioned Democrats helped out House Speaker Mike Johnson on this one. But I wonder if the majority of the American people are as tired of this happening again and again and again as we are.
Yeah. And keep in mind, former President Trump urged Republicans to let the government shut down if they didn't get that voting legislation through. But it was Mike Johnson who said, that would be political malpractice to do that so close to an election, because Republicans would ultimately get the blame. But what is just so annoying and frustrating to me is the fact that, these lawmakers get to go home and they will meet next after election day.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I don't get that. That's just stay until you get the job done.
Amen.
We don't get to leave just because we feel like it.
Yeah. They've got a
Most
pretty
people
good gig.
don't.
Yeah, they once they get that power, it's a good gig, and they don't want to give up that power. And incumbency has its privileges. Coming up, we will bring you the latest we know about Hurricane Helene. It is a monster. They are using the term catastrophic as to what the damage and the loss of life could be. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
And we're back.
Hey,
Cart
everybody.
machines, Travis. Wow. Taking me way, way back, man. I remember those. I remember when I worked overnights on WOAI, and we had 6 cart machines, and I used to run the ticket and WOAI at the same time overnights. 3 cart machines for the WOAI, 3 cart machines for the ticket. And it was a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
It was a lot of work.
And for non-radio people, a cart is a
machine, yes.
cartridge, which looks a lot like an 8-track.
Exactly like an 8-track
Like an
tape.
8-track. It was a cartridge.
I remember the first time I saw one, I went, wow, we're using 8-tracks.
They've got 8-tracks here.
Cool.
Yeah.
Did you get these from the Columbia Record House Club? Good morning, Connie. Louie.
Connie and Louie. RK is in here. Travis, Richard from New Braunfels, Trevin. And we do not
we
participate
don't
in
support that.
conspiracy theories about Trevin.
You mean Tracy? I mean Trevin? No, we don't.
When we won't even say the name, Tracy Bogert. Won't even say the name.
So, Richard, did you use Richard Johnson as your radio name? Because I could think of another one. So I worked with a guy named Woody Johnson.
Woody Johnson.
Wake up with Woody in the morning.
And Woody Johnson worked for a boss who in Phoenix went by the radio DJ name of BJ Hunter.
That's another good name.
Hi,
man.
everybody. I'm BJ Hunter. My God.
Turntables were fun, Travis. I remember when I first started working at KZEP, we still had turntables and used to have to queue up the records and stuff. And then my job when we went CD was to take all the CDs because we had those Denon CD players that everything had to go in a cartridge. My job was to put every CD in a cartridge and put the label on it and seal it. And that's what I did. I did that until we got every freaking one put in there. Yes. Wow. Teletypes, man. The AP. I remember that. Remember hearing that sucker go off in the newsroom. Classical and jazz in the evenings. Wow. Wow.
Now, be thinking ahead on Decker, because with those were the days I'm thinking about Ray Stajic at 650. Let me know if we need to get out of Decker at 644.
I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
I'm trying to look and see. You can't get that far ahead yet. I think we'll be fine because we've got, if we make him wait a couple minutes, he'll be all right.
Okay.
After all, he did stiff us.
Yeah, he big timed us.
Yeah. Let's see some live updates of the Hurricane Helene.
Look how tiny she is next to there was a two-shot of her and Barry Davis. Barry Davis is like Herman Munster compared to her.
All right. According to 5 minutes ago, Helene is trying to develop a clear eye. Right now, it's not a clear eye.
Okay.
Once that happens, I guess that's when it starts building up steam across that warm water.
Mm.
That is something else, man. I do have this Stephen from Lytle talkback that references the hurricane.
Let's do it.
If you want to use it
It's
here.
good. Yeah. Now, do you want to do it in the segment or do you want to do it ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather? I can see it
Let's
either
do it in
way.
the segment because you only got 10 seconds here. Well, we'll be late already. Yeah, I remember the TSN stuff, man. Those were good old days, though, Richard, back when you used to, actually have to do the news yourself. I had to do that when I was at KZEP doing overnights. I had to do the news and play the music. Fun stuff, though. All right, stand by, Chris.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. First, Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall in Florida tonight as a dangerous Category 4 storm. Kamala Harris is taking her presidential campaign to the southern border, and a Universal City woman is in custody after reportedly killing her husband. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs in the low 90s today, mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. Overnight lows all 3 days in the mid to upper 60s. It is 68 degrees in Alamo Heights, 68 in Leon Valley, and 67 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 621.
San Antonio's first news. We are tracking Hurricane Helene coming up. Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic will bring us the absolute latest at 6:50. And our talkback feature, you don't have to wait or for us to give you a talkback question. You can talk back to us at any time. And when it comes to Hurricane Helene, Mr. T, one of our regular and favorite listeners, contributed.
Yes, our favorite school teacher checked in.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lotto. I realize y'all have not asked for any talkbacks, or at least not yet, but I just wanted to say my prayers for all the people that are going to be in the path of this storm, this terrible storm that's going to be very powerful. I hope everyone's able to be safe or get out while they can. And the emergency workers, I hope that they're safe and God protect them. And by the way, thank you very much for those tickets. That was fun. I never thought I'd win one of those contests, but that was really cool. So that's going to be fun. I appreciate it.
And Charity, amen to everything Stephen from Lytle said. Prayers at this point would probably be appropriate for anybody in the path of Hurricane Helene.
And there's going to be a lot of people in the path of Helene. We keep talking about how this is such a large storm, at least 400 miles wide. And so the impacts of Helene are going to extend farther out from the center than they do and typically more compact storms. So you have a lot of people that might not necessarily be prepared, even though, you know, officials in Georgia, the Carolinas are saying, hey, be ready because this thing is a monster.
Yeah, speaking of being a monster, according to the satellite images from 10 minutes ago, a clear eye is starting to show up on satellite imagery, and it's about 5 miles per hour shy of becoming a Category 2 hurricane right now.
So that is coming, and a clear eye in that hurricane can certainly help it to swirl and generate with more energy from those warm waters in the Gulf. In fact, Mr. T, I'm looking at the story you're looking at that has satellite imagery from just several minutes ago, and you see this huge hurricane. And in the satellite, I can see the state of Texas, and I can see the lights of the city of San Antonio, and I can see I-35 going up to Austin. But look at the size of the hurricane compared to the size of San Antonio. San Antonio would be just a little dot. And Charity, as you mentioned, 400 miles across is this hurricane.
Yeah.
And we got to talk about the storm surge because I think that's the big headline there. They're talking 20-foot storm surge. I mean, you're not going to survive that. So pretty much all of the state of Florida is on alert. You have mandatory evacuations in over 20 Florida counties. And don't forget the heavy rainfall, tornadoes that will likely develop from the storm. And there's no telling how long people will be without power.
Keep it right here for the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. Charity with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. 6:40, White House correspondent John Decker on today's meeting between Ukrainian President Zelensky and President Biden. WOAI News Time 6:25.
And we're back.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys can see this.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
But yeah, I'm going to show you.
You were looking at exactly the same thing I was looking at, right?
But yeah, this is, if you look closely,
you can see me waving.
Yeah, upper right. So there's the hurricane. This little dot.
Yeah.
Up here, you can see the state of Texas, and you can see upper left-hand corner. There's the state of Texas. Those two dots are San Antonio and Austin.
Yep.
Just one dot on top. So look at that little dot that is San Antonio versus the size of the hurricane. That's how massive this hurricane is. Jesus, and that's from this evening. That's just maybe an hour ago. That satellite imagery.
Wow, that's awesome. All right, Richard, we'll catch you on the radio, man.
Today is National Pancake Day.
Yummy.
If we weren't all over Hurricane Helene, I'm sure we'd ask the eternal question.
Yes.
Pancakes or waffles?
See, I like them both, Chris.
Yeah.
I am.
Me too.
I'm not prone to one or the other.
If I had to pick one, I might lean I like them both. I might lean pancakes.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you get waffles that are real hard.
Yeah, I don't like hard.
And who needs that?
No, see, and I'm very particular. If I'm going to eat waffles, I'm making them.
Yeah.
So if I'm making them, I'm cool with doing waffles because I will not make them hard like that. I do not like them like that.
Travis says full screen from NOAA. Yeah, if you go to the NOAA site, you can see that satellite imagery better than certainly what
What's
I
up,
showed
Tommy?
you. And they're advertising Magnolia Pancake House, which I like. However, especially for breakfast, I've never gone to the Magnolia Pancake House without having to wait, and they give you the little thing that'll flat and wait. And when I'm hungry for breakfast,
I want to go now. Yeah, I want to eat now.
I'm not a fan of waiting.
Although
at any restaurant,
I'll give you a little tip. Where the old one on Bitters used to be, the Magnolia Pancake House on Bitters, is now a place called Bobby's.
Bobby, I did not know that.
And Bobby's is legendary on the south side on Goliad Road.
South side!
And it's nothing but home cooking. It's awesome.
So it's not breakfast like Magnolia. It's a restaurant.
They do breakfast. They do breakfast and they do lunch.
I haven't gone in so long to that location of the Magnolia Pancake House because it takes so long to get served.
Now it's Bobby's.
Okay.
And like I said, it was a staple on the south side forever, man.
I'm gonna have to check out Bobby's.
And yeah, it's cool, dude. You will love it.
We might have to.
I know. Great.
Do a post-show breakfast at Bobby's.
And it's we're talking like country style. It's good stuff, man. Damn good stuff. And they were at a little place on Goliad Road for forever, and you would have to wait to get in sometimes because it was so. Now they went to a bigger place, and they're going to open up another one where the old one was. They're expanding the old one, so they're going to have two of them.
Good for them.
But it's been around forever, man. Is it Bobby or Robbie's? Hang on, pretty sure it's Bobby's. I always get confused on that. Cindy says, "How can you forget that?" I'm pretty sure it's Bobby's Cafe.
All right, no waiting at the Huebner location.
Wow,
maybe they solved that problem after
because they got a bigger place
all these
now.
years. Yeah, if Magnolia Pancake House would tell me no waiting, then I might go back.
Bobby's Cafe.
Bobby's Cafe. I have got to. I have not. I did not know that. I got to check it out because it's kind of in my hood, sort of.
I know, and it's a great place, dude. Once you go there once, you're hooked, man.
Bobby's Cafe, Southern Kitchen, and Pie Bar.
Yeah, it's a pie bar. I forgot to mention their pies are
606 Embassy Oaks.
Which is their chicken fried steak is to die for, dude. Not kidding, man.
And the website says it's clucking good.
It is clucking good.
Clucking good breakfast served daily.
Yeah, and they've got really good pancakes, and their bacon's that real thick stuff.
I don't like this. They've got a little. Join the wait list online.
You go in on Saturday mornings,
all online wait list signups must check in with the host or the cashier.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's
we will
first
not
news.
see
Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories,
all this goes back to when they were at their old place.
Category 4 status.
It was hard to get in sometimes.
I'm glad.
Chicken fried steak,
chicken fried steak,
pancakes,
details, first traffic and weather together.
Coconut
every
cream
10
pie.
minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 66 degrees. Hurricane Helene will make landfall in Florida tonight, bringing an unprecedented storm surge to the Sunshine State. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean.
Here is the latest Category 1. It's about to go through the warmest water on its trajectory. So temperatures explosive in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's really nothing in its way. And that's why we think it's going to be a major hurricane, borderline, maybe Category 4. It doesn't matter. The results are going to be the same. It's going to be the potential for storm surge of up to 18 feet. That's 2 stories. Can you survive that along the Big Bend and parts of the Panhandle? And then up towards Georgia, that's a huge story where we're going to have a hurricane potentially on your doorstep, and hurricane warnings are in place.
Tampa's mayor says the city will take disaster response measures during the storm.
We have our push crews. As you guys know, those are the ones that will clear the debris out of the way so that we can get first responders into neighborhoods if that's necessary.
And dozens of counties across Florida have put evacuation orders in place. Meantime, Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support. And the team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted. In a video statement, the mayor denounced the charges.
These charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
Adams says he won't resign. The mayor and his administration has been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. Vice President Kamala Harris is pledging to revive factory towns, laying out her plans for the economy. Fox's Jared Halpern reports.
In the steel city of Pittsburgh, Vice President Kamala Harris laid out plans to expand tax credits in sectors like iron and steel and invest in industries of the future.
For strengthening factory towns, retooling existing factories, hiring locally.
Harris is trying to draw contrast from former President Trump on the economy, arguing manufacturing jobs were sent overseas during his 4 years in office.
Making Trump one of the biggest losers ever on manufacturing.
Tomorrow, Harris travels to another swing state, Arizona, in a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Former President Trump, meantime, rallied with voters in North Carolina following 2 assassination attempts that he suggests may have been linked to Iran. Trump reminded supporters that the Iranian president is currently in the United States.
We have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
Iran's president is in the U.S. for the United Nations General Assembly. Meantime, Kamala Harris seems to be the candidate of choice for presidential voters in Bexar County.
A recent UTSA poll was conducted in the middle of this month and asked about 700 registered voters who they like in the White House. 53% said they were voting for Kamala Harris, while less than 35% said they would vote for former President Donald Trump. 10% said they were undecided. Less than 1% responded they would not vote at all or would vote for a third-party candidate. Some polls show Harris trailing Trump by less than 4 points in Texas, as she has cut his lead in half and continues to make gains. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The House has passed a 3-month funding extension that prevents a government shutdown. The bill would keep the government funded until December 20th. House Republican leaders relied heavily on Democratic voters to approve the measure. It includes $231 million in additional funding for the Secret Service, which has come under increased scrutiny after 2 assassination attempts against former President Trump. The U.S. and 11 other countries are calling for an immediate ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
This demand spans the globe, from the U.S. and Canada to the UK and France, Saudi Arabia, Japan, and Australia, all saying there needs to be a 21-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. This as 3 days of intense Israeli airstrikes appear to be paving the way for a ground invasion of Lebanon. The 12-nation statement says the hostilities are intolerable and bring an unacceptable risk of regional escalation. Israel reports it hit 75 Hezbollah targets overnight in its efforts to push the Iran-backed militants away from the border. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. Brandon Cervera is charged with injury to a child. His ex-wife, Miranda Casares, was convicted of the same crime earlier this year. Benjamin Cervera died in 2021, and an autopsy found that he had starved to death. Yesterday, the jury saw police body cam video of an alarmingly thin boy with 2 black eyes. If he's convicted, Brandon Cervera faces up to life behind bars. San Marcos police and the FBI are investigating a swatting call at San Marcos High School. A 911 call came in with a caller claiming to have seen someone with a gun on campus.
Because somebody's walking in the bathroom?
That prompted a total police response and lockdown. Police found no gunman and no weapons. 2 students who claimed to have seen the gunman could face criminal charges and expulsion. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker joining us in just a few with Those Were the Days. Charlie will be in studio later this morning at 8:20. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon, doing all the heavy lifting. Coming up at 6:50, Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic joins us. He will bring us the latest on Hurricane Helene. But right now, we await a phone call, and we've got him, national Check That White House correspondent and attorney, John Decker. John, yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the United Nations. He meets with President Joe Biden today. What do you think will be accomplished in that meeting today?
Well, things may look very different if Donald Trump wins the presidential election as it relates to Ukraine and Ukraine policy for the United States. And the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky, is very much well aware of that. So this visit is a chance to convince the President Biden, and also Vice President Harris, who he'll meet with separately, of his country's war aims, his plans, his victory plan going forward. President Biden has already pledged that all appropriated money for Ukraine will essentially be moved out the door before President Biden leaves office on January the 20th of next year, and is also committed to continue training those Ukrainian fighter pilots on the military jets that have been provided to them in their fight against Russia.
And John, Zelensky is likely to push for long-term security guarantees that could withstand any changes in American leadership. How difficult of a goal will that be, though?
Hello?
Can John not hear me? Can you
John, go ahead, Charity.
Charity, say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I guess my mic was down. Zelensky is likely to push for long-term security guarantees that could withstand changes in American leadership. But how difficult of a goal will that likely be for Zelensky to get that?
Oh, it's really difficult. You know, there's one commander in chief at a time, one president at a time, and that individual determines U.S. foreign policy, U.S. military policy. And that's why I think he recognizes that for all the pledges that President Biden can make about continuing long-term assistance to Ukraine, that could all end if Donald Trump becomes the next president, because he will then determine the extent to which Ukraine is assisted in its fight against Russia. As you know, Donald Trump has not been a cheerleader of Ukraine since this war began back in February of 2022. He's said publicly he'd like to see the war end. I think we'd all like to see the war end. But the question is, how does that happen? And must Ukraine cede to Russia its territorial sovereignty to a certain extent? And so that's the big unknown question. So this is an important meeting that will happen this afternoon here at the White House. And I think it's telling that he's also meeting separately with Vice President Harris, knowing full well she could be the next president of the United States. So he has to make two separate pitches, one to the current president and one to the potential future president of the United States.
So, John, it's going to be at the White House. If you were there or if you are there, how is that handled? I mean, they meet in private and then they come out and talk to the press, or will there be any meeting with the press at all?
No, that's a very good question. I'm going to be at the White House ahead of their meeting today. Like I said, it will happen around the 2:00 hour this afternoon. What typically happens with all foreign leaders, and it will happen with President Zelensky as well, as it relates to President Biden, is that a pool of reporters, a small group of reporters, about 10 or so, brought into the Oval Office at the very beginning of their meeting. Each of these leaders make statements to the press, and then we're ushered out. And the same thing will happen with the vice president. A small group of reporters will be brought into the ceremonial office of the vice president. They will each make statements, and then will be ushered out of there. So that's the way that happens. There likely will be an increased media presence at the White House today, which means, you know, that sometimes it takes a little bit longer for me to get through the White House gate. But in any case, it's a big day. It's a big day anytime that President Zelensky travels to Washington and meets with the President of the United States.
He will be there today to witness history, as he often does. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker coming up. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. And at 6:50, the latest on Hurricane Helene from Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. WOAI News Time, 6:45.
Well, flights are being canceled or delayed across the southeast as Hurricane Helene approaches the Florida Gulf Coast. Vice President Harris is preparing to make her first trip to the U.S.-Mexico border since entering the race for the White House, and the Texas State Fair gets underway tomorrow. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Highs today in the low 90s, tomorrow and Saturday in the mid 90s. 67 degrees here at Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 6:53.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Our thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days. He'll join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. It is looking like a monster hurricane, and nobody knows more about it right now than Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. Ray, what is the latest on Hurricane Helene?
Yeah, latest is a new advisory just popped in now, 100 mile per hour category 2 hurricane. Last report was 90 miles an hour, 95, but the Cat 2 threshold is 96 to 110. So we're at 100, kind of right in the middle there. Cat 2 storm forecast now to become a Cat 3 with 115 mile per hour wind. So they have lessened the forecast strength, or at least at its highest peak. Not going to say that's not going to change again. However, it doesn't change any of the impacts where the center may make landfall.
And Ray, the storm surge being associated with Helene is being described as unsurvivable. Do you think those that typically ride out storms are taking this very seriously?
Well, you want to hope so, because that's exactly who that is for, Charity, is for those that are in the highest surge areas, potentially as high as 8 to 12 feet in the Big Bend of Florida and closest to where the center comes on shore in the northeast quadrant. That is for the people who are thinking about staying. That basically means from if they're in that high surge area, that means the water could be 12 feet deep from dry ground. So it'll be over your head. It'll be into the first story of buildings. And that means if you don't have a second story, your house is going to be flooded and you can't survive it. And listen, even if you've got a second story, that doesn't mean go to the second floor. That means get out.
And Ray, I was looking at satellite imagery from about a half an hour ago, and it looks like Helene was trying to develop a clear eye. What's the significance of it having a clear eye versus not having a clear eye?
Well, when you do get a clear eye and a discernible eye wall, it means you've got better structure and typically indicates a stronger storm. The diameter of the eye really isn't relevant to the conversation, but usually that's a sign of a healthy and a strong storm. And we're continuing to see, as you had mentioned, looking at the satellite presentation right now, getting to see some of those storms now on the northeast side of the center getting wrapped around. And we're probably going to start seeing a little bit more clear eye here as we go on through this morning into the afternoon as the storm continues to intensify.
Ray, we spoke with you yesterday and you talked about the possibility that, you know, this storm after landfall could just proceed to the north toward Atlanta, Georgia, and could still be a hurricane when it's in the Atlanta area. Are we still thinking that's a possibility or a probability?
It's probably not going to be a hurricane. The hurricane warnings go as far north as Macon, tropical storm warnings for Atlanta. There may have been a forecast for hurricane force wind gusts, and there's a small chance, depending on its forward speed, that it could still be a hurricane as it goes through Atlanta. That looks unlikely, but either way, still damaging winds, and there's already heavy rain, not even associated with Helene, that's fallen across parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. And there's numerous flood warnings for over 6 inches of rain that's fallen. Throw this rain on top of it in the foothills and the western North Carolina, parts of South Carolina and Georgia. It's going to be easy with that weakened root system of the trees to take trees down. That means power goes out and potentially power could be out for days in some spots.
And Ray, up until this point, it looked like this Atlantic hurricane season was sort of a dud. Is this typically the time frame when things really start to heat up?
Yeah, September 10th, the peak, but that doesn't mean it can't happen afterwards. Still, you've got all September, what's left of it. You got October, which can be a busy month. Doesn't officially end to the end of November, but you can get a storm at any time of the year. And newsflash, if you weren't paying attention, Tropical Storm Isaac was named in the Central Atlantic. That's not a threat to the U.S. mainland. So, there goes Isaac. And when we do get the next named storm, oh boy, I'm going to put my foot in my mouth because I said, when we do get the next named storm, we're going to be on not Isaac, but give me a second here. I've got it right in front of me somewhere. We're going to be on Joyce. So that would be the J storm. And the American model, at least the last time I looked last night, had another hurricane potentially developing in the Gulf next week. So we'll keep an eye on that closely. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we'll keep an eye on it closely because the American model actually had Helene last week forming in the Gulf. So it did a pretty good job on this one. So we'll see what happens with the next one.
All right. Is your power back on yet, or do you know?
Check with the wife. Everything's on. The internet finally came back.
Okay, good. Good.
Now, I mean, was that associated with this system knocking out power already?
No, but that was the strangest thing. I think the theory is that my provider, I won't throw anybody under the bus, may have been doing maintenance before and getting prepped for the storm. So, we're back to normal for now.
Well, Ray, a magnificent job under even more duress this morning dealing with a power outage. He's the best Weather Channel meteorologist, Ray Stajic. We will continue to bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. And Charity, I always worry about, we talk about this 20-foot storm surge that is unsurvivable. Not everybody, especially in a rural area, is locked in on the news the way we are and the way people listening to 1200 WOAI right now, the way consumers of news and information and weather forecasts are. I worry about those people who are just not paying as much attention, or they think it can never happen to them. They think, I've survived so many hurricanes in Florida, I'm sure I'll do just fine in this one. And that could be a fatal decision.
It really can. And, they're at the mercy of this storm system, going through, and they have to wait until that water clears out because emergency personnel can't get to the area for days or possibly weeks until that water leaves the area. And with storm surge and heavy rainfall, it's going to be a while.
We'll continue to bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene with all of our weather resources, which are vast. Coming up at 7:10 on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we will hear from each candidate yesterday. Kamala Harris speaking in Pittsburgh, former President Donald Trump speaking in North Carolina. Charity with all the big news stories you need to know about on this Thursday morning right now, because WOAI news time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Hurricane Helene, and VP Harris plans a trip to the southern border. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 66 degrees. Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall in Florida as a possible Category 4 hurricane tonight and will bring an intense 20-foot storm surge, widespread flooding, and high winds. Here's Hillsborough County District 1 Commissioner Harry Cohen.
The area that is of largest concern, I think, to us right now is the storm surge that will immediately follow this storm. In the past, we are familiar with dealing with rain and wind events. Storm surge is something that we have not had to contend with recently in our region.
And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging residents not to wait to carry out their plans ahead of the storm.
The way this is tracking is a storm that is stronger than what we've seen in this region, I think, in anyone's memory.
Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support in response to Hurricane Helene. The team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm. Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Pennsylvania, delivering remarks to the Economic Club of Pittsburgh. The vice president contrasts her economic policies to former President Trump's, claiming Americans face a choice between two different paths for our economy.
I intend to chart a new way forward and grow America's middle class. Donald Trump intends to take America backward.
Meantime, as Harris plans to visit the southern border in Arizona tomorrow, Republicans continue to hammer away at her record as border czar. Rex Oates has the story.
At a hearing this week, former Texas Border Patrol agent Chris Clem testified this administration's asylum policies are a magnet. He told Congress that during his time in El Paso, illegal immigrants knew they would be released.
When there is no room to detain somebody who has entered illegally, essentially caught and released, that is what we call a pull factor.
But the head of the Washington office on Latin America testified that even during the Trump presidency, there were caravans of migrants that crossed the border illegally. And he said there were also spikes when Title 42 was in effect at the border. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
In the wake of 2 assassination attempts on former President Trump, former First Lady Melania Trump is calling for lawmakers to tone down hateful rhetoric. She spoke this morning on Fox and Friends.
The leaders from the opposition party and mainstream media branding him as a threat to democracy, calling him vile names, they only fueling a toxic atmosphere.
And the House passed a temporary measure to keep the government funded through December 20th. House Speaker Mike Johnson announced additional funding for the Secret Service following 2 assassination attempts against Trump. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted last night. In a video statement, the mayor says he's ready to face the indictment.
I know I am innocent. I will request an immediate trials so the New Yorkers can hear the truth.
Adams says he won't resign. He and his administration have been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. Well, we're learning more about a woman found dead off a popular San Antonio Greenway hiking trail earlier this week.
Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, whose body was found Monday near DeFoe Park on the Salado Creek Greenway Trail, died from blunt force and penetration trauma to her head. It's being ruled a homicide. She was a staff member at Brooke Army Medical Center. Bexar County Sheriff's Office is asking the public if anyone was at the park on Sunday or may have information on this case to contact them at 210-335-6000. The investigation continues. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
5 seconds left. First down, Cleveland 46. Kramer back to pass. He's going deep down the right side, and it is fought for, and it is touchdown! Touchdown!
Well, following Brett Favre's recent Parkinson's disease announcement, former NFL quarterback Tommy Kramer, who attended Robert E. Lee High School and Rice University, has decided to go public with his dementia diagnosis. In a post on X, Kramer says he has been diagnosed with dementia just over a year ago at the NFL Cleveland Clinic. He says doctors tell him he could have anywhere from 2 to 10 years. Kramer said he hopes to bring some awareness so the NFL will be able to help others and future players who are battling similar illnesses. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. I'm Chris Duell. We are bringing you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene, which is looking more and more like a monster hurricane, going to make landfall later this evening. We'll get the latest at 7:40 with national correspondent Jack Crumley. Coming right up on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. We'll hear from each presidential candidate. Kamala Harris speaking about her economic plan in Pittsburgh yesterday. Former President Donald Trump reacting to Kamala Harris's credibility when it comes to an economic plan. He spoke in Mint Hill, North Carolina. We'll get you right to that. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs in the low 90s today. Highs in the mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. Overnight lows all 3 days in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees at the Pearl, 67 in Von Ormy, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
Little Stevie Winwood for you in the morning. San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio, and we will go to two places on that globe this morning. We'll hear from each presidential candidate. First, we'll hear from Kamala Harris. She was speaking at the Economic Club of Pittsburgh yesterday about her economic plan. Then we'll hear from former President Donald Trump speaking about the economic credentials of Kamala Harris. The former president was speaking in Mint Hill, North Carolina. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris.
We know how to build an economy like that. We do know how to unlock strong shared economic growth for the American people. History has shown it time and again. When we invest in those things that strengthen the middle class, manufacturing, housing, healthcare, education, small businesses, and our communities, we grow our economy and catalyze the entire country to succeed. I have pledged that building a strong middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
No vice president in history has done more damage to the United States economy than Kamala Harris. She has no idea what she's talking about on economy or really on anything else. If you watched Oprah the other day and you watched those answers, you wouldn't even be thinking of her for president of the United States, because we had 4 years of that, and our country can't take 4 more years of that, I can tell you. But twice she cast the deciding votes that caused the worst inflation in maybe 100 years. She abolished our borders and flooded our country with 21 million plus illegal aliens. They came in from all over. Think of it. They came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists. They're criminal street gangs. They're MS-13. We took millions of people like this into our country, and we're going to get them out, and we're going to get them out fast, I can tell you.
Former President Donald Trump speaking in Mint Hill, North Carolina. Before that, Vice President Kamala Harris speaking in Pittsburgh. And Charity McCurdy, very contrasting messages and contrasting styles from each candidate.
Yes, and you can see that VP Kamala Harris is really pushing the topic of the economy because it's a top issue for voters. And, it's very different as she's trying to be more specific with her economic policy. I know she released an 81-page economic policy book tied to her speech yesterday in Pittsburgh, and she's framing her proposals into three pillars, essentially lowering costs, investing in American innovation, and leading the world in industries of tomorrow. But then here she is going to go to the southern border tomorrow, making a trip to Arizona. And, you know, a lot of people are claiming that's a political stunt, considering her record as dubbed the border czar, as Republicans like to call her. And it's just not been a good look for the Biden administration, which she's a big part of, in terms of the illegal immigration and the number of illegals that we've seen come through the southern border. And that's not counting gotaways. So she's doing the best she can with less than 6 weeks to go before the election. But it seems like former President Trump has her beat in terms of the number of campaign appearances he's making in a given week.
Lots more coming up, including we'll give you what we know about OpelkaCon and who's stealing taillights in San Antonio. WOAI News Time, 7:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Why are they stealing taillights across San Antonio? We will explore that. And Charity, we would be remiss if we did not mention today is National Pancake Day.
Yum.
Where do you go to get your pancakes?
Magnolia Pancake House.
I would go there, but I don't like to wait for 45 minutes for my pancakes.
You're not getting up early. You're not getting up early enough.
They're good, but they're not worth waiting that long for.
I wake up at 1:30 in the morning. I'm not getting up early enough.
Well, they're not open then.
Oh,
I would go then if they were open then. Yeah.
I could wait. I could start that line at 1:30 a.m.
Here's something a lot of people don't know, Chris, and I told you this off the air, where the original pancake house was, a Magnolia Pancake House over at Bitters, the embassy. There's a place there now called Bobby's Cafe was legendary on the South Side for years and years. And then they have now moved over here. My God, You got to go check it out. The place is all country cooking. It is fantastic.
Bobby's
Cafe.
The old, I think that's on Embassy.
Yeah, Embassy
Way, Embassy,
whatever it's called over
wherever
there.
Magnolia Pancakes House
used to be.
Row, right?
Yeah, Embassy Row. There you go.
Embassy Row.
Thank you, Charity.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, Bobby's.
Do
And
I-
they've got really good pancakes too.
Do I have to
And-
wait 45 minutes?
No,
at
not
Bobby's?
45, sometimes 10, 15, but
Okay.
not 45. Yeah.
I draw the line at 40. Here, we'll give you the little beeper. When it beeps in 45 minutes, you can have a pancake. Sorry, not that I'm bitter. Charity, what else are you working on?
Well, Hurricane Helene will make landfall in Florida tonight, bringing an unprecedented storm surge to the Sunshine State. VP Harris is preparing to make her first trip to the southern border since becoming the Democratic nominee for president. And testimony continues today in the trial of a man accused in the starvation death of his 4-year-old son. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs today in the low 90s. Highs tomorrow and Saturday in the mid 90s. Overnight lows all 3 days in the mid to upper 60s. It is 55 degrees in Kerrville, Texas. 68 in New Braunfels. 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 720.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we connect with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, but we mentioned to you yesterday, he is a man in demand. He's filling in at a Florida radio station. And as you can imagine, we've been talking about it all morning long. Hurricane Helene is bearing down on Florida. So he's all over that huge news story directly affecting his listenership this morning in Florida. This segment, nonetheless, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And October arrives next Tuesday, Charity, and OpelkaCon will be in October on October 24th. Mike Opelka coming to San Antonio. We're going to have an event that day at La Hacienda de los Barrios. OpelkaCon.
I can't wait. And I hope Mike Opelka is prepared for the influx of fans, of listeners who are going to show up not to see us, but to see him.
Well, they want some
They want
Charity
some
McCurdy hugging booth.
It's all over the chat about the hugging booth. I'm telling you, that's all people want to talk about. But I'm with you. He knows that people are going to come see him because people have already been emailing him directly wanting information about OpelkaCon, and he's been very, nice to people, but he doesn't have a lot of information yet because we haven't gotten with them to tell them exactly what's happening. And he just knows it's going to be a big event.
Yeah, we do know October 24th. That's a Thursday.
Yes.
We do know it's at La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road, which is quite possible. I think it is my favorite Mexican restaurant
really,
in
really
San
good.
Antonio. The food is spectacular. I'm a big fan of the patio.
Yes. And that's
there's-
where we'll be, right?
We'll be
Yes.
on the patio. There's often great music there during happy hour. So
Ooh.
Yeah, and in the event, it's chilly weather. I mean, they have the ability to insulate that
Yes.
outdoor
Yes, they do.
patio.
Yes,
So
yes, they
it's
do.
a
So you
win-win.
mentioned music. Does that mean we're going to do our debut there?
it
or-
may be the
Okay.
debut of our band, Chopped Liver.
Yes, because
So
we
we
can't.
might-
Yeah, we can't bring up CFR out there because
No,
that's
no.
too hard for them.
And Chris will be on vocals, of course.
Of course, yes. we
vocals
heard
and
him.
and tambourine.
I'm going to play the green tambourine.
Nice.
Yes.
I got cowbell, okay?
We need more cowbell.
We do. We can always use more cowbell. All right, crazy story. And Mr. T, you and I have been talking about this morning. You've got some more information on it. There are thieves out there stealing tail lights off of vehicles in big numbers.
And mainly Ford pickup trucks.
Ford pickup
trucks, because there was a Holiday Inn Express over by UTSA that there was a Chevy truck, and 2 Ford trucks. Well, they broke the window out of the Chevy truck, got some stuff from inside, but both of the Ford trucks got their taillights stolen. We're talking the complete taillights. They're all over town now. Broadway, it's happened. It's happened in several different neighborhoods, and they're just getting the taillights.
I don't understand it.
I think that's what they're worth. I think that taillights cost between like $5,000 to $6,000 to replace.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, each set of taillights.
Especially
like
on
$100.
Raptors. No, on Raptors and the Super Duty Ford F-250s and stuff. Yeah, they are expensive. I didn't know they were that expensive. Wow. Yeah, and remember the one time it was tailgates. People were getting their tailgates stolen. I know that my Toyota trucks, all the last 2 that I have, you can lock the tailgate so they couldn't steal it. But that was one of the problems. People were stealing tailgates. Now they're going after the taillights.
Remember when they were stealing rims and you had to put locks on your rims?
Oh, yeah.
Is that still happening? I guess it depends on what you're rolling with.
I don't know because I think rims gotten a lot cheaper since then.
Okay.
you can get more inexpensive rims now.
It was all about the rims, yeah.
So if you're a Ford pickup truck owner, you need to be very vigilant.
Yes, watch out where you park, and just make sure there's not much you can do about it if you're parked in a hotel parking lot or a mall or a theater or something like that. Man, thieves are going to thieve.
It's awful. I hope they nail some of these criminals. Drives me crazy. All right, coming up, we will bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene. It is looking like it is going to be catastrophic and deadly. We will check in with national correspondent Jack Crumley. He's tracking the hurricane and tracking this story. Charity, with everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 7:30.
7:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Helene could roar to a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall in Florida, and the latest from the campaign trail. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday. Sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 66 degrees. Hurricane Helene will make landfall in Florida tonight, bringing an unprecedented storm surge to the Sunshine State. Here's Fox Weather senior meteorologist Janice Dean.
Here is the latest Category 1. It's about to go through the warmest water on its trajectory. So temperatures explosive in the Gulf of Mexico, and there's really nothing in its way. And that's why we think it's going to be a major hurricane, borderline, maybe Category 4. It doesn't matter. The results are going to be the same. It's going to be the potential for storm surge of up to 18 feet. That's 2 stories. Can you survive that along the Big Bend and parts of the Panhandle, and then up towards Georgia? That's a huge story where we're going to have a hurricane potentially on your doorstep, and hurricane warnings are in place.
Dozens of counties across Florida have put evacuation orders in place. Meantime, Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support. The team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted. In a video statement, the mayor denounced the charges.
These charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
Adams says he won't resign. He and his administration have been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. Vice President Kamala Harris is pledging to revive factory towns, laying out her plans for the economy. Fox's Jared Halpern has more.
In the steel city of Pittsburgh, Vice President Kamala Harris laid out plans to expand tax credits in sectors like iron and steel and invest in industries of the future.
For strengthening factory towns, retooling existing factories, hiring locally.
Harris is trying to draw contrast from former President Trump on the economy, arguing manufacturing jobs were sent overseas during his 4 years in office.
Making Trump one of the biggest losers ever on manufacturing.
Tomorrow, Harris travels to another swing state, Arizona, in a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Former President Trump, meantime, rallied with voters in Mint Hill, North Carolina, following 2 assassination attempts that he suggests may have been linked to Iran. Trump reminded supporters that the Iranian president is currently in the United States.
We have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
Iran's president is in the U.S. for the United Nations General Assembly. Former First Lady Melania Trump spoke with Fox and Friends, recalling her husband's first brush with death.
If you really think about it, the July 13 was a miracle, like that much, and he could he could not be with us.
This comes as the House passed a 3-month funding extension that prevents a government shutdown. It includes $231 million in additional funding for the Secret Service. Police in San Marcos are investigating a swatting call at San Marcos High School that caused a brief lockdown.
Literally all peace officers were diverted to the high school campus.
San Marcos Police Chief Stan Stanridge says they got a call from someone at San Marcos High School about someone with a gun on campus.
You guys somebody walked through the bathroom?
No, the campus was placed on lockdown. A police searched but found no one with a gun, and it was determined to be a hoax or a swatting call. The lockdown was lifted. 2 students are being investigated and could face criminal charges and expulsion. Police and the FBI are probing who made the call. The number was the same used in a Michigan hoax call and another call in Texas. A hoax swatting call was reported at Austin High School in Austin. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
The overturning of Roe v. Wade, allowing states to slap restrictions on abortion, has led to a record number of women charged with crimes related to their pregnancies. That's according to a new report which detailed a handful of cases in Texas.
They're mostly cases of substance use while the person who was charged was pregnant.
Blake Rocab helped the group Pregnancy Justice put together the report. It looked at the 12 months after the fall of Roe. At least 210 women across the country were charged with crimes, including homicide. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money in the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charlie Parker will join us at 8:20. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube stream. You can watch the show on YouTube. There's also a live chat. You can find us at 1200 WOAI. We are standing by to connect with national correspondent Jack Crumley with the latest on Hurricane Helene. And Charity, we've been talking about it all morning. By all accounts, by all forecasts, by all measures, including satellite imagery, it is a monster hurricane bearing down on the Florida Panhandle.
And, estimates are it'll be at least a Category 3, could be a Category 4 by the time it makes landfall in Florida's Big Bend region this evening. And the big headline is this 20-foot storm surge they're talking about. Clearly, that's unsurvivable for a lot of folks along the coastline. And this storm is going to have impacts that will extend farther out from the center than your typical hurricane.
Not to mention the tornadoes that could be with this storm, all the just everything that can happen, the flooding, all that. It's a catastrophic. I mean, that's the only way to put it.
Yeah, and you're using the term catastrophic. Forecasters are using the term catastrophic. And as Charity says, unsurvivable. That's what that 20-foot storm surge would certainly be once that comes ashore. And we're certainly keeping an eye on it. And we're joined now by national correspondent Jack Crumley, who is tracking Hurricane Helene. Jack, what is the latest on the hurricane, and when do we expect landfall?
Well, the latest is now that we are up to a Category 2 storm that is still we are still churning up in the Gulf of Mexico, looking at 100-mile-an-hour sustained winds. We are looking at potentially it being a Category 4 when it makes landfall. That'll be later on this evening, right around the Gulf Coast, Big Bend area. Could potentially be heading straight toward Tallahassee, causing a lot of problems in that area. One of the bigger concerns is a 20-foot storm surge that could be felt in some places. And then it'll continue on north, and areas like Atlanta and Asheville, North Carolina, are looking at damaging winds and more rain in that area as well.
And Jack, I mean, we're really seeing rapid intensification with Helene, and these record warm waters are really fueling the storm, and there's really been nothing in her path to slow her down.
No, and it's going to keep going too. From the minute that this thing got noticed on the radar by forecasters just a couple of days ago, it went from being a potential tropical cyclone to now a Category 3, maybe a Category 4 hurricane when it makes landfall. And that evolution happened over a time that was so short. That has not happened before.
And Jack, it could still be a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane by the time it gets to Atlanta. How bad could this mess up the air travel system in the United States?
We are seeing flights to Florida and to the Southeast already being canceled. And the problem with when you're talking about air travel is that, when there's a problem in one area, and especially for a massive area like what we're looking at here, but when there's just one problem in one area, it's not just flights that are headed there or flights that are headed out of there. The way the air travel system works, I mean, there's so many other connecting flights and things where stuff has to go through other places. So we'll have to see the way things shake out. I mean, we could be seeing a fairly widespread effect on air travel into the weekend.
Jack, we've been talking about this predicted storm surge, which could climb to as high as 20 feet along that Big Bend area. Any sense on, as far as rural areas? I mean, all of us are really locked in on the news and the weather, but I got to believe not everybody in the path of this hurricane is. Any sense on what Florida is doing to make sure that people know how catastrophic this could be?
Yeah, I mean, they've been putting the word out. I know yesterday Governor DeSantis was having some public events, speaking to reporters, letting people know just what they need to do to get out. And his word yesterday was that, look, there's still time. There's still things that can be done, but, time is running out. And now we're sort of in the category of time has run out. The governor yesterday saying you don't have to go very far, but you do need to get to higher ground and get away from the dangerous areas of this storm surge. People are being told to expect the power to go out. We've also got some universities in the Tallahassee area. Florida State is right there, and students and staff there who live on campus have been told to relocate to the Turnbull Conference Center to wait out the hurricane. They're not allowed just to stay in their dorms, and that's going to open at 10 o'clock today, and you have to be in place by noon as they are looking at this thing to hit later on this evening.
Now, this might be an unfair question, but I've seen videos this morning of surfers out right before the storm. Is the surfing that much better right before a hurricane?
What I don't know about surfing can just about fit into the Grand Canyon. So
me either. That's why I was asking you.
Some of the video that I have seen some people out there on the water. It does look like the waves are bigger. It's still earlier on yet. I mean, safety probably isn't that great yet in terms of whether people are concerned. It's obviously going to get worse as the day goes on. So, later on in the day, it's going to be less safe than it is now, I would imagine.
Okay.
Our thanks to national correspondent Jack Crumley. And Charity, Mr. T and I were looking at live footage along the Florida Gulf Coast of just that.
Yeah.
Surfers heading into the water, and we were both saying, if I was anywhere near the path of Hurricane Helene, I would be in my car driving as far north as I possibly could. I never understand these yahoos who want to get in the water and surf when the hurricane's on its way and is going to hit later today.
Yeah, you may have bigger waves, but you're also going to have more sharks. I mean, we've seen what has happened with other previous hurricanes. Beryl comes to mind, where you saw these sharks closer to shore than ever before. And so I would not risk that.
No.
That's just not smart all the way around.
And and again, I'm not a surfer either, but I got to believe rip tides.
That's what I was thinking.
Are even more dangerous, and just the volatility of the water with that hurricane not that far offshore and barreling down on the Florida Panhandle. We will continue to keep an eye on it and bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene through all of our multiple weather resources. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather coming right up. WOAI News Time 746. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Then we'll talk about where the candidates are headed next, as we are now 40 days and 40 nights away from election 2024. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Hurricane Helene is moving towards Florida's Gulf Coast, threatening to bring high winds and life-threatening storm surge. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is refusing to resign after being hit with a criminal indictment, and a cause of death has been revealed for a San Antonio female hiker. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Highs today in the low 90s. Tomorrow and Saturday, highs in the mid 90s. All 3 days, lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 67 degrees in Leon Valley, 66 in Von Ormy, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:52.
San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters, as this election is now 40 days and 40 nights away. And tomorrow, Vice President Kamala Harris is making a run for the border. She's going to visit Douglas, Arizona. Douglas, Arizona is 120 miles southeast of Tucson. It is home to Arizona's second largest port of entry along the southern border. And we've talked about it a lot, Charity and Mr. T. Perhaps her weakest position or resume item is the border. You've brought up earlier on the show, Charity, Republicans call her the border czar. It was kind of inferred that that's what her role would be in this first Biden administration, this first term, which turned out to be his only term. Going to be very, very interesting how she tries in Douglas, Arizona tomorrow to try to rehabilitate her look, her perception on the border policies.
Yeah, it really is a risky move for her. On one hand, this could be her attempt to cast herself as a former border state prosecutor. But at the same time, this could be seen as a political stunt and ultimately backfire.
Yeah, it could backfire big time. Meanwhile, Donald J. Trump will be in Walker, Michigan tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock. He's delivering remarks there. And then later on that evening at 5 o'clock, he's going to host a town hall meeting in Warren, Michigan. And then on Saturday, he's going to be in Wisconsin. He's going to be out and about.
And again, both of those battleground states, we talk about this a lot. This very close election will be decided in these battleground states. And as you look at the contrast, Trump going to Michigan and Wisconsin, if he can win those electoral college votes that the states hold, that's great for him. And yet Harris hoping that a border visit is going to do good for her perception, across the board. And hopefully people, I guess she's hoping, will notice in those swing states.
Yeah, you mentioned 40 days out from the November election, Chris, and I guess everyone's waiting for that big campaign gaffe on either side that will change the polls. Because, right now, it's pretty much a dead heat. There's some polls that show Kamala Harris with maybe a 2-point edge, but then there's other polls that show Trump ahead. So it really comes down to, is anything going to happen of consequence between now and November 5th?
Yeah, I guess that's why maybe a lot of people are staying away from the early voting, because it's going to start here, I guess, in a couple of weeks. Yeah. And I wonder if people are going to wait and see if something's going to happen later on before they actually go and vote. That makes sense, right?
Yes. And, Charity, you mentioned, is a gaffe coming? We all often hear, and often they happen in presidential elections, we hear about an October surprise. Yep. Is there some piece of information about either of the candidates would there be a gaffe, or would something happen that can flip this election one way or another? October arrives next Tuesday of next week. So we'll be on October surprise watch as well.
And there are those that make the case for not voting early just in case there is an October surprise that maybe sways them one way or the other. But worth mentioning, early voting in Texas begins October 21st, runs through November 1st.
So 21st, right? So we're 4 weeks away, 3 weeks, something like that. I was told there would be no math. I wonder how much this hurricane will affect their campaigning.
It's a great question.
I really do. I wonder if it will affect it at all.
And you've got to wonder if it is devastating. And
will they go deliver?
Yeah.
I mean, will they go visit? Yeah.
Are we going to see either or both of those candidates visiting? Let's pray to God it's not that devastating.
Yeah,
but
please.
Man, you look at the size of Hurricane Helene, and we're going to continue to track it here. That you're right. We keep looking at things through the lens of this 2024 election, including this hurricane. Could it affect the election one way or another? Big 8 o'clock hour coming up. National correspondent Aaron Real talking about Kamala Harris's economic plan and how it might affect former President Donald Trump. Charlie Parker at 8:20 with Parker's Picks and more. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Florida braces for Hurricane Helene, and VP Harris plans a trip to the southern border. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Get a move on. It is 66 degrees. Well, Hurricane Helene is set to strike Florida as a Category 4 hurricane with an unsurvivable 20-foot storm surge. Fox Weather meteorologist Adam Klotz has more.
All eyes are on the tropics as Hurricane Helene moves through the Gulf of Mexico. The storm is currently forecast to reach the Florida Panhandle on Thursday evening. The fast-moving storm is still expected to be a tropical storm as it passes near Atlanta on Friday morning. Because of the large size of the storm, the entire state of Florida will see at least some impacts from the hurricane. Tropical storm warnings have been issued south of Tampa to Miami and up the east coast of the state. Hurricane warnings are issued from the Florida Big Bend around off towards the west near Apalachicola. Adam Klotz, Fox News.
And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging residents not to wait to carry out their plans.
The way this is tracking is a storm that is stronger than what we've seen in this region, I think, in anyone's memory.
Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support. The team, which consists of 80 personnel, including 6 canines and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. Vice President Kamala Harris hit the campaign trail in Pennsylvania, delivering remarks to the Economic Club of Pittsburgh. Harris contrasts her economic policies to former President Trump's, claiming Americans face a choice between 2 different paths for our economy.
I intend to chart a new way forward and grow America's middle class. Donald Trump intends to take America backward.
Meantime, as Harris plans to visit the southern border in Arizona tomorrow, Republicans continue to hammer away at Harris's record as border czar. Rex Oates has details.
At a hearing this week, former Texas Border Patrol agent Chris Clem testified this administration's asylum policies are a magnet. He told Congress that during his time in El Paso, illegal immigrants knew they would be released.
When there is no room to detain somebody who has entered illegally, essentially caught and released, that is what we call a pull factor.
But the head of the Washington office on Latin America testified that even during the Trump presidency, there were caravans of migrants that crossed the border illegally. And he said there were also spikes when Title 42 was in effect at the border. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
In the wake of 2 assassination attempts on former President Trump, former First Lady Melania Trump is calling for lawmakers to tone down hateful rhetoric. She spoke on Fox and Friends.
The leaders from the opposition party and mainstream media branding him as a threat to democracy, calling him vile names, they only fueling a toxic atmosphere.
As far as part of the measure passed by the House to keep the government funded through December 20th, it included additional funding for the Secret Service. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted. In a video statement, the mayor says he's ready to face it.
I know I am innocent. I will request an immediate trials so the New Yorkers can hear the truth.
Adams says he will not resign. The mayor and his administration has been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. And we're learning more about a woman who was found dead off a popular Greenway hiking trail earlier this week on the east side.
Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office confirmed that 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, whose body was found Monday near DeFoe Park on the Salado Creek Greenway Trail, died from blunt force and penetration trauma to her head. It's being ruled a homicide. She was a staff member at Brooke Army Medical Center. Bexar County Sheriff's Office is asking the public if anyone was at the park on Sunday or may have information on this case to contact them at 210-335-6000. The investigation continues. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
5 seconds left. First down, Cleveland 46. Kramer back to pass. He's going deep down the right side, and it is fought for, and it is touchdown!
Well, following Brett Favre's recent Parkinson's disease announcement, former NFL quarterback Tommy Kramer, who attended Robert E. Lee High School and Rice University, has decided to go public with with his dementia diagnosis. In a post on X, Kramer says he was diagnosed with dementia just over a year ago at the NFL Cleveland Clinic. He says doctors tell him he could have anywhere from 2 to 10 years. Kramer said he hopes to bring some awareness so the NFL will be able to help others and future players who are battling similar illnesses. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker will join us in studio at 8:20. We'll get Parker's picks and more from Charlie. I'm Chris Duell. Joe Pags at 8:40 with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. And coming right up, national correspondent Aaron Real with the latest on Decision 2024. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday, all 3 days. Highs in the low 90s today, tomorrow, and Saturday, highs in the mid 90s. All 3 days, lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 67 degrees in Von Ormy, 66 in Castroville, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:10.
San Antonio's first news. We are your Decision 2024 headquarters. Let's talk a little bit about an aspect of this upcoming election that is 40 days and 40 nights away with national correspondent Aaron Real. Aaron, apparently Kamala Harris unveiling a plan that she hopes will sway business away from Donald Trump. Tell us about it.
Yes. So this has a lot to do with shifting the tone to partner as opposed to antagonist when it comes to the business community, because Donald Trump has really worked to define Kamala Harris as quote, Democrats' radical left candidate. So what she did, speaking from the Economic Club of Pittsburgh, which, by the way, both candidates have pretty much taken up residence in Pennsylvania, given how important it's going to be as a swing state. But she announced a proposal to offer tax credits for companies that expand good union jobs in steel, obviously very important in Pittsburgh, iron, and then manufacturing communities. But she really did want to differentiate herself from Trump on manufacturing by saying that she wants to invest in sectors that will define the next century. She's talking about things like biomanufacturing and artificial intelligence, quantum computing, aerospace, blockchain, that type of stuff, as opposed to manufacturing jobs for cars in Mexico.
And Aaron, is it safe to say Harris has softened her rhetoric toward corporate America in recent weeks?
Without question. Again, she has made this effort. She wants to be a partner. She says she wants them to pay their fair share, that she wants them to pay their taxes, but that...
Our thanks to national correspondent Aaron Real. Coming up, Charlie Parker joins us. We'll be joined by Charlie. We'll get Charlie's picks as well. And I wonder, Mr. T, if Charlie, as I look at you and the people on YouTube see you're wearing a Dallas Cowboys cap.
Yes.
If they lose tonight to the New York Giants,
it's going to be tough.
It's a short week, by the way, and the Cowboys travel to New York. If they lose this guy, is Mike McCarthy going to be in jeopardy?
I think so. I think so. If they lose tonight, I could see them, because they got a bye week next week, so he won't lose next week. So that I could see them saying, yeah, bye.
I don't know, that sometimes that leash seems awfully long that Jerry Jones carries. So you think he's going to do something, but will he wait for another loss before actually taking action?
I don't think we can wait for another loss.
I remember
they can't afford it.
I remember when he offed Wade Phillips. Wade Phillips had a blowout loss at Green Bay, but you had Jason Garrett waiting in the wings. So mid-season, he blew out Wade Phillips and then elevated Jason Garrett to head coach. You got to wonder at what point, 1-3 tonight if the Cowboys lose, at what point might Jerry push the eject button on Mike McCarthy? We'll ask Charlie Parker about that coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:13. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. Charlie Parker in studio. Lots to talk about with Charlie, from rock and roll to football. But first, Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Hurricane Helene is expected to make landfall in Florida tonight as a dangerous Category 4 storm. Kamala Harris is taking her presidential campaign to the southern border tomorrow, and a Universal City woman is in custody after reportedly killing her husband. We'll have the story and more right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Highs today in the low 90s, mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. All 3 days, lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Alamo Heights, 66 in Leon Valley, and 66 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 818.
San Antonio's First News, Charlie Parker with us in studio. Charlie, you're a Beatles fan. I'm a Beatles fan. A Paul McCartney movie at Alamo Drafthouse tonight and in theaters across the country.
Yep. Listen to this. Tell me if you know what this is. Know what that is?
Silence.
That's one hand clapping. Because that's what it's called. Apparently, McCartney and Wings, Abbey Road Studios, 50 years ago, 1974, did, I guess, what you would call a rockumentary, where they recorded songs and filmed it all in little, conversations going on here and there. Now, over the 50 years, we've heard some of those songs being released at different times, box sets here and a little bit of stuff here and there, but nobody has ever seen the film. They've known of its existence, just no one's ever seen it. So they refurbished it, remastered it, and it's in theaters today. Includes songs like Jet, Junior's Farm, Band on the Run, Maybe I'm Amazed, Beatles tunes, Let It Be, Lady Madonna.
Wow.
And some covers, Blue Moon of Kentucky, which has always been a popular song for Paul.
I'm actually watching a little bit of it right now.
Are you really?
Yeah, the trailer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I'll wait until it hits Disney or wherever it's going to hit at some point later on down the line. But it's, pretty interesting stuff. So who knows? Probably going to be about, by the time you get your concessions and your watch all the previews, coming attractions and stuff, probably going to be about 2 hours.
Okay.
Because I think the actual footage is about 90 minutes or close to 90 minutes. So that's out today. And as you mentioned, Alamo Drafthouse, I don't know where else, but you know how to find out that kind of stuff. Football. Woo!
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Helene May, we don't know, could affect a couple of games this Sunday. I mean, today's Thursday. Won't hit until tonight.
Right.
Then it starts moving up the East Coast. You got games in Baltimore, Carolina, and Tampa Bay scheduled for Sunday. So don't know how those are going to be affected. Certainly the Cowboys and Giants won't be tonight. And that game, 7:15, and is on Amazon Prime only. It's the only way you're seeing that game.
You can hear it right here on News Radio 1200
that's right, 'cause
WOAI.
it's a Thursday night game.
Yeah.
We got to ask you, if the Cowboys lose to the Giants, they would be at the bottom of the division at 1-3. Will Jerry Jones fire Mike McCarthy?
Probably not this early. Probably because it would make all the sense in the world. And Jerry doesn't do anything. We know how Jerry is.
Yeah.
But I will say that 1-3, all hell will break loose.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Jerry will be extremely upset. McCarthy's, all of that banter will start up again should he be fired. The team is going to start questioning themselves, and fans, who knows what they're going to do.
Yeah.
You think the Capitol in January 6th was out of control. I'm telling you, the Cowboys go to 1-3, and there's no telling
I know
what could happen.
Now, has Dallas ever fired a coach in season, Charlie?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who?
Wade Phillips.
Yeah.
He got blown out at Green Bay mid-season, and Jerry fired him and replaced him with Jason Garrett. Just one.
Oh, yeah, that's
because Garrett was right there. Yeah.
That worked out well. The Jason Garrett era was ushered in.
How quickly we forget
Yeah.
Wade Phillips.
Well, it's
Wade
very
Phillips.
forgettable.
Yeah, exactly. Sunday, the Texans, who are 2-1, will host Jacksonville. Jags will be in big time trouble if they go to 0-4.
Wow.
The 3-0 Vikings are at the Packers. We know that those two teams, there's no love lost there. That should be a decent game. And the Steelers are looking to go 4-0. They're at Indianapolis. I don't see any reason why they can't be 4-0 when it's done.
Wow.
Eagles at Tampa Bay, and that's a game we don't know, at this point what's going to happen on Sunday. And Washington is at Arizona. The Chiefs are at Chargers. And Sunday Night Football, Bills are at the Ravens. Now, college football, Army is at Temple tonight. Army already in the American Conference is 3-0. We know who UTSA is pulling forward to win that game. Virginia Tech is at number 7 Miami tomorrow night. On Saturday, UTSA at East Carolina. That's a 3:00 game, ESPN Plus. You got Mississippi State at number 1 Texas, 3:15 on Saturday, right here on WOAI and on the SEC network. Arkansas is at number 24 Texas A&M. That's a 2:30 game Saturday on ESPN. Other games, number 15 Louisville at number 16 Notre Dame. Could be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah.
Now back to last week and Parker's picks. I had Tennessee to beat Oklahoma. Got that one right. Had Nebraska beating Illinois. Lost in overtime. Had USC winning their game. And
against Michigan,
they looked not good.
No.
I think Chris would agree.
I apologize on behalf of the Trojans.
So I went, that was so far my worst week.
Yes, it was.
1-2, but I am still 8-4 overall. So I'm 4 games up. Here are Parker's picks for this weekend.
Here we go.
Number 20, Oklahoma State at number 23, Kansas State.
Ooh.
If this game was in Stillwater, I'd take the Cowboys, but it isn't. It's in Manhattan. So I'm going to go with Kansas State.
That should be a good game.
UTSA is at East Carolina. Hate to do this, folks.
Oh, no.
But I'm going to take East Carolina. And then you've got, a so-so game. Number 2, Georgia at number 4, Alabama. And Alabama's won 5 of the last 6 matchups. It's in Tuscaloosa. Well, it doesn't really matter anything other than the fact that it's Alabama.
Right.
So I'm going to take the Crimson Tide to win that game.
All right.
By the way, we have Jeff Traylor, the UTSA coach on line 2 for Charlie. He is not happy with that pick.
I'm not happy with that pick. But this is about picks.
Yes.
It's not about who you want to win games, except the Alabama-Georgia. That's always about who I want.
The Arkansas at A&M, that could turn out to be a very good game.
There's
Arkansas surprise everybody.
It almost always is. You never know what you're going to get with Arkansas.
You don't.
And A&M just doesn't seem to win big marquee games. Like Notre Dame earlier this year. I can't trust A&M in a big game.
But that could be decent.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. I'm 6:30 Saturday.
Yeah.
My wife brought up something last night. I wasn't really paying attention. She said something about Saturday night and doing something. And I went, yeah, that's Georgia and Alabama. Sorry, dear, but whatever you've got planned is not on my agenda.
That's going to be the big marquee game for a few weeks, man. That's a huge one. All right. Parker's picks will be posted at WOAI.com. So you can, if you're in your car and you didn't write them down or get a chance to look at them, or you can track them at WOAI.com. More coming up. We will check in with Joe Pags from the Joe Pags Show, get a preview of his show this afternoon, and the latest on Hurricane Helene, which is bearing down on that Florida panhandle. WOAI News Time, 8:26.
8:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Helene's expected to roar to a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall in Florida, and the latest from the campaign trail. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Thursday: sunshine, a high near 90. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 66 degrees. Hurricane Helene is strengthening as it makes its way to the Florida Gulf Coast. Fox's Eben Brown reports from Broward County.
Helene is now Category 2 with sustained winds peaking at 90 miles an hour, and still will grow stronger as it heads towards the Florida Big Bend. Volunteers like Jamie Van Pelt have been delivering sandbags in places like Tallahassee, where inland flooding is expected.
A lot of times folks can't physically get out here to fill up sandbags, which is tough work.
But for coastal communities, they're being urged to finish evacuating as a storm surge as high as 20 feet is now predicted, and that is characterized as unsurvivable. In Broward County, Florida, Eben Brown, Fox News.
Governor Abbott has activated the Texas A&M Task Force to provide support in response to Helene. The team, consisting of 80 personnel, 6 canines, and various vehicles and boats, is being deployed and will be in Florida ahead of the storm making landfall. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is facing federal charges after being indicted last night. In a video statement, the mayor denounced the charges against him.
These charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became.
Adams says he won't resign. The mayor and his administration have been facing multiple federal investigations, including one looking into whether he accepted illegal campaign funds from the Turkish government. Vice President Kamala Harris is pledging to revive factory towns, laying out her plans for the economy. Fox's Jared Halpern has a story.
In the steel city of Pittsburgh, Vice President Kamala Harris laid out plans to expand tax credits in sectors like iron and steel and invest in industries of the future.
For strengthening factory towns, retooling existing factories, hiring locally.
Harris is trying to draw contrast from former President Trump on the economy, arguing manufacturing jobs were sent overseas during his 4 years in office.
Making Trump one of the biggest losers ever on manufacturing.
Tomorrow, Harris travels to another swing state, Arizona, in a trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Trump, meantime, rallied voters in Mint Hill, North Carolina, following 2 assassination attempts that he suggests may have been linked to Iran. Trump reminded supporters that the Iranian president is currently in the United States.
We have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
Iran's president is in the U.S. for the UN General Assembly. San Marcos police and the FBI are investigating a swatting call at San Marcos High School. A 911 call came in with a caller claiming to have seen someone with a gun on campus.
Either somebody's walked in the bathroom.
No, wait.
That prompted a total police response and lockdown. Police found no gunmen, no weapons. 2 students who claimed to have seen the gunman could face criminal charges and expulsion. And we're learning more about a woman found dead off the popular San Antonio Greenway hiking trail earlier this week.
Examiner's office confirmed that 63-year-old Stacy Dramiga, whose body was found Monday near DeFoe Park on the Salado Creek Greenway Trail, died from blunt force and penetration trauma to her head. It's being ruled a homicide. She was a staff member at Brooke Army Medical Center. Bexar County Sheriff's Office is asking the public if anyone was at the park on Sunday or may have information on this case to contact them at 210-335-6000. The investigation continues. Eric Lankum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to Charlie Parker. We got Parker's picks down. In just a moment, we'll tell you what we know, the latest on Hurricane Helene. But first, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show, keeping an eye on Kamala Harris, who gave an interview to a news organization yesterday. Joe's going to be talking about it, right, Joe?
That's right, Chris. It's the first national interview she's done. She sat down with CNN's Stephanie Ruhle. The vice president and now the nominee for the Democrats, Kamala Harris, sat down, gave a lot of answers, but those answers weren't very different than what we've heard before, blaming the Republicans for just about everything and not really taking any responsibility for being the vice president for 3.5 years. I'm going to break all that down for you, video, audio, the whole thing. Make sure you're listening right here. Plus, we're going to have Sal Greco. He's a former NYPD cop. It turns out the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, has now been indicted on corruption charges. He's going to talk about that. Sal's been on this since the very beginning. Plus, Tracy Beans joins us today at 5, the Joe Pags Show, News Radio 1200 WOAI. See you then.
See you then, Joe. Be sure to listen 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. every weekday for the Joe Pags Show right here on 1200 WOAI. And throughout this day into tomorrow, this will be a multi-day story. We've been talking about it, though. Later this evening, Hurricane Helene will make landfall on the Florida Panhandle. And Charity, it's almost mind-blowing compared to what we knew yesterday. A good chance, not a Category 3, but maybe a Category 4 hurricane when it makes landfall later today.
And the huge storms, hurricane force winds are expected to extend outward up to 60 miles from its center, and tropical storm force winds extending up to 345 miles, just to give you an idea how big this hurricane is. But also the big takeaway is the storm surge. We keep hearing up to 20 feet of storm surge, which is being described as unsurvivable.
That is unbelievable. By the way, it is a Category 2 right now, and it has developed an eye. Satellite imagery about 20 minutes ago, it's developed an eye. It's a little bit more like an oval than a circle right now, but that could change in the next few hours. And we heard from meteorologist Ray Stajic earlier on, when that eye gets, a perfect eye, it makes it pick up steam as it's going across that warm water. So it could get Category 4, that's already projected to be that. Could it get stronger?
Oh, gosh. And, Charities used the term just now, and they've used it a lot in this forecast regarding the storm surge, unsurvivable. That storm surge could climb to 20 feet. If there are human beings in the path of that kind of a storm surge, you are not going to survive that. And Charity, the other term we heard ever since yesterday among forecasters is catastrophic, a potentially catastrophic, now perhaps Category 4 by the time it reaches landfall in the Florida Panhandle. We pray to God it's not catastrophic. We pray to God there's not a huge or any loss of life or significant damage, but certainly the ingredients are there for loss of life and a catastrophic hurricane and an unsurvivable storm surge.
Yeah, and it bears repeating. This may be the hurricane that this Atlantic season is remembered for. And remember, it's just not Florida. I mean, this is expected to remain a hurricane after making landfall for at least 12 hours. So you have places like Georgia, North and South Carolina, and as far north as Virginia that could be impacted by Helene.
Yeah, and after the hurricane, it turns back into a tropical storm. It's going to go all the way up into Tennessee. And I'm looking at the projected rain totals right now, and looks like through North Carolina, parts of Georgia could see 7 to 10 inches of rain. I mean, this is in the next 7 days, not just the hurricane coming on shore now. It's the next 7 days.
So true, and we've talked about this as well. In the path of this hurricane is Atlanta, Georgia. Now, probably going to be a tropical storm by then, as we talked about that with Weather Channel meteorologist Ray Stajic. But don't forget, Atlanta, a major airline hub for a lot of airlines, including Delta. And a situation like this has a cascading effect. Already, some flights have been canceled, are already being canceled today in and out of Florida. But anybody who's planning to travel tomorrow or this weekend, Charity, those travel plans, if they're by air, could certainly be affected.
Yeah, you're not going to want to go anywhere near these areas when you consider, a Category 1 storm can cause so many power outages. Now we're looking at a potential 4. We're looking at days or weeks before power is going to be restored in some of these areas, even though we have thousands of line workers at the ready to come into the state to restore power, but they can't get in until that water comes out.
Exactly. We will bring you the absolute latest on Hurricane Helene as it continues to develop. Keep it right here on 1200 WOAI. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 846. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather, a new Ben Stiller movie. And Mr. T and I are waiting for a phone call. First, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you tracking?
Flights are being canceled or delayed across the southeast as Hurricane Helene approaches the Florida Gulf Coast. VP Harris is preparing to make her first trip to the southern border since entering the presidential race, and the Texas State Fair gets underway tomorrow. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Sunny skies today, tomorrow, and on Saturday. Highs in the low 90s today, mid 90s tomorrow and Saturday. All 3 days, overnight lows in the mid to upper 60s. It is 66 degrees in Monte Vista, 66 in China Grove, and 66 right here in San Antonio at Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news, movie news. The man who brought you Dodgeball, Ben Stiller, at work on a new movie. Mr. T, you've got the details.
Yeah, did you get a call from Ben Stiller?
I'm waiting. I keep looking at my phone.
Oh, please.
Well, he's doing a movie about pickleball. Why wouldn't he want the undefeated champions of the world right here, me and Chris Duell?
How many people in America, Charity, can say they're undefeated in pickleball? Just me and Mr. T, as far as I know.
Yeah. And how many rounds did we play?
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
So still, did we lose?
Undefeated.
Did we lose?
Nobody beat us.
Nobody beat us. We're still undefeated.
That is an accurate. We are undefeated at pickleball.
We are.
Right.
Ben Stiller, if you're listening,
yes, we know you are.
We'll take your call.
I'm just looking for the right partner. So
I think Andrew Zimmel's been working out at his pickleball game.
Zimmel, Beamer, Parker, who's it going to be?
I like Beamer and you playing pickleball because it'll be double eye candy.
Yeah, kind of like you and Jeremy. You know, the double eye candy.
Yeah,
in that
was
one.
like a Gap model.
Yeah.
So in fact, I have heard that
Presley. Yes.
Charity won't let anybody be her doubles partner unless they are eye candy.
That's true.
So
well, yeah,
that
makes sense.
That narrows down the list.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Makes total sense. I get it. Yeah, the movie's called.
We were not distracted.
No, the movie's called The Dink, by the way.
The Dink.
Yeah, The Dink, and it even has a Mary Steenburgen and Ed Harris are in it.
I'm surprised there's no Vince Vaughn or, you know, I mean.
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn would be great.
Yeah, he would. But he's
Speaking
kind
of Vince Vaughn.
He's kind of busy.
Bad Monkey.
Yes.
Charity, have you watched Bad Monkey yet?
No, but I'm getting all these spoiler alerts, you know, because you guys talk about it in the morning.
I love Bad Monkey.
Yeah, we just give you some highlights.
I think it's my current thing. You know, I love Only Murders in the Building, but right now I think Bad Monkey is my favorite. All the characters are fantastic.
Yes, they are. Even the monkey.
Netflix, where do you watch it?
Amazon.
Hulu. Is it Hulu?
It's Amazon. It's Amazon Prime, isn't it?
No,
Apple TV.
Apple TV Plus.
Apple TV. Okay.
I'm just looking because I was like, which one was I hitting yesterday?
Apple TV. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll check it out.
It's very
highly
good.
recommend it.
It's very good. Very well done.
Yeah.
All the characters. I even like the monkey.
The monkey's great. The bad guys are great. Everybody's great in Bad Monkey.
All right. I'll check it out.
You got to check it out.
And it's 8:54.
I know. I'm waiting for
no call from Ben Stiller.
Yeah, and I didn't block him this time, so he should get through.
We should at least have a cameo, Charity. Yeah. The two undefeated pickleball.
Or maybe be some sort of, I don't know, consultant to the movie.
I would consult.
No, you don't do it like that. It's like this.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we could do that.
Again, I'm picturing headbands, wristbands, high socks. I can just visualize your part in the movie.
And coming up, and Beamer's on the, we still have to ask Beamer, will he accept Charity's invitation to be her doubles partner to try to defeat us in pickleball?
Try to attempt
Oh, he's going to
Good
go by
luck now.
He's going to go by the Beamer playbook. He's going to pretend his mic is cutting out. Or
I think
look at the
he's-
time. I got to go.
And I want to see Beamer on a pickleball court in those John Stockton short shorts
Yes,
and a
yes.
headband and wristbands.
Yes.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah,
All
Okay.
right.
I think he'd be
It's a little too
formidable-
much visual for me, but okay.
We'd take it easy on him. We'd take it easy
No,
on
we
him.
wouldn't.
Chris is making wardrobe recommendations
I'm just-
from Beamer.
I'm just saying.
No, and we would not take it easy on him. I'm sorry, Chris.
It would be must-see TV. We would live stream it on WOAI.com.
There we
I'm
go.
down. I'm down. Let's do it.
And
All
maybe Ben Stiller would make a movie out of it. Maybe it's possible.
You've talked mess long enough. It's time to go for a round 2 for sure.
All right.
I'm
Well,
ready.
Keep it right here for the latest on Hurricane Helene. In fact, Charity will have more coming up right here at the top of the hour. Then Glenn Beck. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56.
Everybody have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Adios.